So, Mr. Parsons, how was it?
Win.
Right.
Win. Oh, that was. Oh, you being no chance.
Working.
We're working.
Working. Right. First of all, Bryce, well batted.
Thank you.
I've rarely seen anybody getting such a big 100 and being so annoyed at getting out. Well, what was the problem there?
Oh, I mean, I've been close to double 100 twice now, so wanted to get over the line, but I mean, just didn't happen. So obviously a little bit frustrated, but it's what
Brett
it is.
Proctor was actually talking in commentary about how perhaps you've underachieved before this innings this season. But in the last game against the Lions, you saw Connor Esterhazen get a double century. Was that part of the background of your mental strength through that innings?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've been feeling in quite good form. I mean, got a couple 40s and a 60 to start off the year, so I have been feeling like a big one's coming, so nice to get over the line yesterday in quite tricky conditions, so I'll take it, but I feel like I'm batting quite nicely. So yeah.
I mean, let's talk about those conditions, because you lose the toss, you have to bat first under bright blue skies, but the ball's swinging, a little bit of bounce, and before long after you'd taken the crease, it was 11 for 3. What's the match plan then?
Yeah, I mean, obviously quite different conditions for the Kingsmead that I've seen over the last 5 years, so I mean quite tricky for our top order batters, but I mean obviously we just had to knuckle down and try to see off the new ball, and hopefully it got easier, which it did throughout the day.
You started to rebuild with Jason Smith. His aggression, did that channel into the way that you played as well?
Yeah, I mean obviously J-Bone is going to take some of the pressure off of you. I mean he bats quite quickly in general, so didn't have to go out my game plan much because he was scoring really quickly, so we got the rates up to 4s pretty quickly and the bowlers got under pressure from there.
There was a moment, quite a long moment, at the end of the 80s and into the 90s where you just seemed to go through a bad patch from our perspective. Was that fair to say? Yeah,
I mean I think that's 4-day cricket. I mean you go through a lot of ebbs and flows in your innings, so I mean I got stuck a bit on 88 to 90, but I suppose that's part of 4-day cricket, so you just got to take it on the chin, and you know the bad ball's coming that you can put away.
And you must have been very proud to fight through that, get to 3 figures, and then a reset after 3 figures?
Yeah, I mean luckily we had tea straight after I got 100. I think we had a little break, so just a message from the dugout. We still weren't in a great position, so I mean had to knuckle down and try and get a big 100 so we could set ourselves up for a decent target.
And that position now is largely due to the fact that you batted all day bar a couple of overs. So having been put into bat, you're now in a position where you might be able to control the game. What's the team talk now?
Yeah, I mean obviously we've got 12 more overs to try and get some batting points, so hopefully get 400, and then yeah, hopefully it looks like favourable bowling conditions today, so hopefully we can get a few early wickets before lunch.
And from a family perspective, sport in the family, tell me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean my sister's quite sporty, she plays a lot of sport. My cousin played first class cricket for Easton's, so yeah, I mean there's a decent amount of sport in our family.
So cricket's always been your game growing up. Did you play other sports?
I mean cricket's always been the main one. Obviously I played quite a lot of other sports during school. I think that's just South African schools for you. You're always in playing other sports, but yeah, cricket has always been the main one.
You come from a famous school, so there's always that expectation, is there?
Yeah, I mean when you go to Cairns, I mean we know the rich history of cricketers that they have produced, so, and we see in our first class system now how many Cairns boys there are, so I mean there's always a bit of pressure, but I mean there's a lot of us. So.
Second new ball for the Tuskers this morning. They'll be hoping to knock you over quickly. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean I'm surprised. Yesterday it actually caught me off guard why it took them so long to take it. I didn't expect that, but I mean we saw once they did take it there was something in that wicket. But yeah, under these conditions today on that wicket there is going to be something in it for them, so hopefully we can get through that and capitalise on the last 7 overs of batting points.
Last question. I bet you slept well last night.
Yeah, the legs were a bit sore, but yeah, I slept pretty well.
Thanks for talking to us.
You're welcome.
British. I might get a jacket.
Good morning and welcome to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead for day 2 of the CSA 4-day fixture between the host side, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and the visitors, the Moothee Tuskers. Good day yesterday for the Dolphins. They began badly, 11 for 3 at one stage, recovered brilliantly thanks to Parsons' 180 to 367 for 7 at close. When they went off for bad light, which we have this morning, it is a very different day from yesterday. Yesterday was blue skies above, hot 30 degrees plus, steamy day. Today it's grey and overcast, and the light is probably better, but not by a great deal than when they went off yesterday afternoon. So it'll be a challenging start for the Dolphins against a ball that's only 2 overs old. Gopalan's in on 0 and Bosch is in on 60, and what the Tuskers will want is to knock over the Dolphins pretty quickly with this new ball and set out their stall for a good day, although the Dolphins would probably fancy bowling on a day like this, as would the man alongside me. I'm talking CSA Shazi. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks, and yourself?
Good morning to our viewers. It's probably a better, in terms of light and sun, it's probably a better bowling day today. If I was a bowler today, I'll be very happy with the weather. You think that it might swing more, maybe?
Definitely.
And it's also cooler, so you can push that spell to 6 overs, 7 overs, and probably there'll be some assistance on the ground. There will be some seam, as you can see, telling to Pavlon taking us off. He's been very good, even from yesterday. He was probably their best bowler.
Oh, by some margin. He was, and he kept going throughout the day. He was really good. 16 overs, 3 for 39. That's probably value for the effort he put in. Oh, the umpires are taking a light reading. That was what I feared. They went off in light yesterday, which was not good, but it wasn't bad. Now they're taking a reading this morning. And will we even have play? That's the question.
No, I think we will. Maybe they're just taking the morning light just to see if everything is fine, and then they take us off. Yes, let's just get the morning light, because it's a bit cloudy, just to get the light reading, to say we had 7.5. So this is where we are for the day, and let's go.
But you as a bowler who bowled many a long over here at Kingsmead, know this is the sort of day you want to be bowling at Kingsmead.
Yes.
The wind's coming in over the city.
Yes.
It starts to swing when the southwest is blowing.
Beautiful. That's what I'm saying, is that when they were 11 for 3 yesterday, they should have literally closed the game off there, because today the ball will swing a bit. And we know that Bartman, Mokwena, Bosch, they're going to come in here and they might really push to bowl them out. The weather is perfect for bowling. Let's hope it's there for batting also.
367 for 7. Gopalan yet to open his account, faces the first ball of day 2 from De Pavillon.
Beautiful.
And there was a bit of shape.
Yeah.
Just enough to suggest it's going to swing this morning. The ball is still new, it's only 2 overs old.
Yep.
So you'd expect movement.
Yep.
But the hard part now for De Pavillon and Hollywoodbets is that body's hurting after a long day and 30 degrees plus yesterday.
Yeah. They pushed 16 over spells yesterday, and to wake up to do it again. And usually when it's a lower order, you get very excited as a bowler, but the longer they stay there, the more the 4th over now feels like the 7th over, because you're just itching to get them out.
Oh, look at that carry. Look at that carry. It just shows me that there's something in the surface all the while. I think that's the disappointment for the Tuskers yesterday. They did the damage with the new ball, but the change bowlers didn't have it in them to keep the pressure on, so they had to go to spin too quickly, and that was a lot easier to play. It was only really when Falun and De Pavillon were bowling that the Dolphins batters ever really seemed to be under threat.
Yes.
It's whether in the reverse, whether the Dolphins with ball in hand can keep that threat for longer. They've got better conditions, that's for sure. Forecasters for grey skies all day, and even a bit of rain later on in the evening.
Some nice shape, huh? Nice, just enough to keep the bowler interested. It's shaping nicely. Gopalan is on his debut.
Did you go fuller?
Yeah, definitely, especially with the cover there, just to protect yourself, because Gopalan can bat. He's usually a top order batsman. So just to go a touch fuller, it is swinging a bit. And I like how to Pavlon and Haraldus complement themselves. One is a natural swing bowler, one is a seam bowler more. He attacks the stumps a lot. So they work very well together.
Short one, well adjusted, nicely played.
And one thing, Brett, about the weather in Durban is that in a 4-day game, you hardly get 4 beautiful hot days. So they end up, if you look at the Dolphins, they end up going hard early because they know that a 4-day game here probably is like a 3-day game because of the weather.
The likelihood is that they will lose time out at the end of the day here today.
Yeah.
So you're right. So you're not going to put in the ration and the heat that you would in the field as you would in a normal, beautiful dry day like yesterday, where these Tuskers bowlers really had spent the day out in the field.
Yes. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Taking the stumps there. We always say early on, make the batsman play. He mustn't leave as many balls. He's still vulnerable. And if you see to Pavlon, I think of the 5 balls he's bowled, I think 3 were played by the batsman, and this one definitely came in. So you can see the experience and the hunger now that he has. He just wants to do well against his old team.
He does. He said he's been waiting for this game for 6 months. Once his contract wasn't renewed at the Dolphins and he got one for the Tuskers, he wants a fifer against his old men, his old team, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Driving, beaten, great over, super over. There's enough shape there and good pace with this new ball. It's a maiden over, the first over of day 2. It's 367 for 7. It'll be interesting to see how Bosch plays. I mean, if he's got faith in Gopalan and McQuena and Bartman that they can stick around, he'll probably play normally. But I might venture that he's by nature a positive player anyway. But I think he might be given a bit of license to play his shots because where the additional run's going to come from. If they want to get 400 plus, it's probably going to be Bosch that has to do the bulk of that scoring.
Yeah.
So he might look to take on this new ball while the fields are still attacking.
Yeah, definitely. If you look, there are 90 overs in. For the next 10 overs, that's when the scoring counts, when it comes into the points. So after 100 overs, you don't score any points. So he's going to look to be very positive in these 10 overs. And Mukwena is positive as a batsman.
So I'm led to understand. Here's Hardest Fullion to Bosch. That looked fairly docile, his first delivery of day 2.
Yes. I think that body is hurting. He's more of a just body bowling. He just trottles in.
Bang it in, eh?
Yeah, so that body is probably hurting more than to Pavlov's body, to be honest with you.
I'm interested in the choice of ends because they bowled from the opposite ends with a new ball yesterday.
Yes.
And the breeze that's blowing is now behind Fullion. I would have thought he might have been the man who was asked to go into the wind, but I suppose it's all about the shape.
Yes.
He goes into the bat more, worked away. The first runs of day 2 goes to Bosch, moves to 56. And Gopalan will get his first look at Hardest Fullion. Yeah, so the angle of the breeze and from where it's coming, helping to Pavlon's away swing and aiding Fullion's little in drift.
Yeah, I think probably that's the main reason why they'll change ends. I think, as you can see now, this wind is assisting to Pavlon's swing bowling. His away swing is definitely assisted here, and there's more wickets on this end than the other end. I can tell you that.
Is he away or is it a leg by?
Leg by.
You heard the thud of the thigh pad, but was there a scratch? Let's watch the umpire. No, there's the signal. He still can't get off the mark on his first class debut.
Yeah, and the more that happens, the more nervous you get as a batsman. You want to get your first run out of the way, even if you're experienced. Worse when you are on your first game and it's just now taking 2 overs for you to get your first run. There's Hardest again charging in.
Helped on its way for 4. That's a beautiful little leg glance. First boundary of the day was just misdirected from Fullion, too much on the pads, and Bosch is in too good a touch to miss out on that. Has helped on its way for 4.
Yeah, beautiful glance. As we've said, that Bosch is going to be attacking as normal. He's a batsman who likes to play the shot, and if you're going to give him a half volley down the leg, he's going to say thank you and put it away. Yeah, but I think Hardest is still just getting diesel engine on.
Probably a bouncer due.
Yep.
There's the carry. There's a lot of effort in that. Good carry.
Beautiful carry. I think that 4 maybe just ignited something back at him and saying, hey, I'm warm now and let's get the show on the road here.
It was a warm day yesterday. It was a brave decision to bowl first, and it looked like the right one at 11 for 3 because it was a green pitch. But everything else about it said it's a batting day.
Yes.
Northeaster, hot day, blue skies. Shot for 4, too short, punched away. This is how he needs to play, Ethan Bosch. He is a lovely stroke maker.
Beautiful.
2 boundaries in the over. Good one for the Dolphins. It's 377 for 7.
Yeah. Doesn't Bosch remind you of Sean Pollock?
We were talking about it yesterday. In the languid, long-limbed style of batting.
Laziness.
Natural striker. Yeah.
Beautiful
No,
time of the ball.
Certainly as a batter. As a bowler, Polly obviously had more pace and got tighter and was a real... I mean, Bosch's a decent bowler, but he's not in the Sean Pollock class. Yeah. But as a timer of the ball, and even his body language looks like Sean Pollock. Yeah.
The way his hands moves, lanky, long levers.
Yeah.
I promise you, every
There's
time I
so
see
much,
him,
yeah.
he just reminds me of Sean Pollock. He's a great golfer, also like Sean.
Yes, that's true. Hits the ball a country mile. Here's the Pavlon, wide of the crease. Movement away.
Yeah. Definitely to Pavlon has his tail up this morning. I think he's seeing that 5 for maybe 3 wickets in.
I'm going to just take you on a little tangent here, Shez. You're a first-class umpire.
Yes.
The cutting the return crease with the back leg when you deliver, what constitutes the no ball? You have to ground it on the other side of the return crease.
Yes, that was close.
Yeah, I was going to say,
That was very close.
very close to the
That was
return
very
crease
close,
all
but
the
it's
time.
so hard to see that as an umpire standing in there.
Because you're watching the front foot and you can't see the back foot.
Yes,
Yeah,
so you probably can see it in your provision, but if they do it the first time, it kind of takes you off the glance, like, okay, maybe you do see it.
We're watching the Pavlon for where he goes on the crease all the time. He's right there. Oh, that's well bowled. And there's a little feather. He's felted it and he's gone for naught, Kapalan on his debut. Well, that was a sad demise. He'd left pretty well, but Pavlon picks up his 4th. It was a very loose shot. No need to play at it. And he just had a feel at one that drifted away. A healthy edge. Shackleton wasn't going to miss out. And the Dolphins have lost their first wicket in the morning. It's 377 for 8.
Yes, good bowling there by to Pavlon. As you said, this wind is really assisting his away shape. Beautiful away swing. And with Kapalan being on a naught, just he wants to get a bat on ball there and just get off the duck. So that forced him to chase one probably he shouldn't have chased. So that he could be off the duck. So unfortunately for him, on his debut first innings, he's gone out for a naught.
Well, his job in the game is probably going to be more with the ball. Hence the reason he's coming in number 9. But as Cher said, he's got ability with the bat, so he would have liked to have hung around a little bit. He was there for 21 minutes, faced 13 balls, but didn't get off the mark. And it was a tough time to come out against the new ball last evening.
Yes.
And
big
then
time.
have it again this morning.
Yeah,
So here's the other debutant. He's played in the Dolphins colours, but not in the 4-day games. As McQuena, useful seaman, S-under-19 player, went in the merging side to the subcontinent. Ngobani McQuena. And I had a little chat with Ethan Bosch before the start of play, just to say, how are you going to play with your tail? He said, no, I think I can play fine because Gopalan can hold the bat. But he said, when Ngobani comes out, he knows there's going to be shots from both ends. McQuena is not going to die wondering. He's by nature attacking. If he sees it, he throws the bat at it. So this could be a bit of fun.
Yeah, and
He's getting a lecture, though, from Ethan.
Yes, yeah, he does. He is there. I can see that. He's probably just telling him, it's swinging away. Just hold on there. Don't be too flashy for the first 4 balls. Just see him through because he does hit a long ball. He's a natural striker of the ball. Very confident Northwood boy, and he's very brisk. He's going to love this weather with this bowling. He reminds me of also like of a Hardis. He just bangs it back of a length, nips it in, doesn't swing it much. Just bangs it on back of a length. Very good cricketer. But now he's facing up to Pavlon, who's got his tail up.
Do you have a third slip?
Definitely, if I've got
New
4
man, number
wickets.
10, 4 and a new ball in your hand.
Definitely.
And you got 3 in the covers. Looking for his 5-fer. Here goes to Pavlon.
That is beautiful bowling from Pavlon. even in the top order there, you're having problems.
Watch that back foot for me, Shez. I'm pretty sure that one was way outside the return crease.
Yeah, it's tight. He's done it the whole time. Rory used to bowl like this.
He did.
Rory used to
Kleinveld,
bowl
yeah.
like this also, but he never grounded his foot.
Yes.
So his foot was
It's
always in
it's
the
not like
air.
the front foot law where if
Yes.
it's elevated but you can
Yes.
protract down, and if it's over the line it's a no ball.
Yes.
The back foot has to be grounded outside the return crease for it to be a no ball. But Darren de Pavillon is certainly challenging the umpire every delivery. He's challenging the batter every delivery as well. Lovely shape. There's beautiful shape. As nice as this is for de Pavillon, I think the man leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end is actually enjoying seeing the shape as well, because he knows he's going to have the new ball in his hand.
That's true.
Sometime this morning, and the Dolphins will have 370 plus on the board at any
Yes.
rate, so it'll be a nice time for Bosch to bowl.
Yeah. No, Bosch must be loving this. It's actually not even a double-edged sword, because he's thinking, well, we 8 down anyway.
Yeah.
If we can score quickly in the next 10 overs, get the points that we need, and I'm going to be swinging it like this, I'm sure he's very happy.
Good lead.
Very good leave. That foot is tight, but he's got Babs there, Tuma, who's very good.
No, he's one of the best.
He's one of the best. So he's probably looking at thinking, maybe he's not lending it. Maybe he's like a Rory.
But if you had in a high level game, a TV umpire would look at that and be saying to the umpire,
Yes.
you've got to keep your eye on the back. There isn't one here, so it probably hasn't been picked up other than by ourselves. Because Babs,
Yeah.
as you say, he's focusing front foot.
Yeah.
He's not looking at that back foot as well. He wants to see if de Pavillon goes over. So it's very difficult to look back foot, front foot batter and make a proper decision. It's now impossible.
Yeah.
Oh, it is such wonderful shape. That is a top over. De Pavillon yet to concede a run this morning. He's picked up a wicket. He's 4 for 39 in 18. Out of a score of 377 for 8, 4 for 39 and 18. It looks a different game.
Beautiful. It shows you how well he's bowled under these circumstances. And I just saw him this morning warm up. He actually warmed up longer than I'm used to him warming up. It shows you how much he wants to do well, how much he really wants to take this five. I saw him here. He bowled easily for 25 minutes at full pace.
That's good.
So when I saw that, I was like, yeah, this guy is hungry. And he's got a tail with a new ball. Tail is up. And let me tell you, to Pavillon tail up, that's a sight right there.
Hardest Villion, good carry through to Shackleton. Everything we're seeing this morning, I know the focus is on the Dolphins batting, the Tuskers bowling, but everything we're seeing this morning will be encouraging for the Dolphins bowlers. Grey skies, swing, good carry through to the keeper. They'll have a new ball in their hand in the not too distant future. And they've already got 377 on the board, so advantage home side.
Big time. Oh, beautiful.
He's got time, hasn't he?
Oh, man.
He's better than a number 8. I suppose we said the same. We
Yes.
talk about Sean Pollock's
Yes.
We would talk about Sean Pollock being, he batted about number 8 or 9
Yeah.
most of his career,
Yeah.
certainly for the national side, and Dolphins maybe 7 at the highest.
Yes.
But Ethan Bosch looks better than a number 8.
By far, his timing of the ball is beautiful. And he also has that calm demeanor
Yeah.
at the crease. He doesn't look phased or rushed. Very good. I see they've got a point back now.
Won a ball at McQueen, I think.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Lots of time. Good ball from Harders. Top of off, back of Valentish. Just time for Bosch. He looks like a number 4. It could be Smith they're batting right now.
Yeah. He played well yesterday. He will be so gutted. He missed a full toss and gave it away when he was flying. 58 he made off just 65 balls with 9 fours and a 6.
Oh, listen, he
Flying he was.
times the ball, picks up a
Beautifully.
short ball
Yeah.
quickly.
Yorker length, as you so often see from Hardisvillian,
Yeah.
trying to fire in the Yorker. He's called up the point now, and I think that makes sense because he doesn't want Bosch to get down the other end to face to Pavillon. They want to Pavillon to have a crack at McQueen. So they'd almost risk Bosch piercing the field and getting more than one, rather than not have a full over at McQueen in the lot. There's 4 overs bowled, 4 deliveries bowled in this over, so it's all about trying to keep Bosch down this end. That's how you do it. You give bowl a
Yep.
bouncer, so you can't have anything to do with it.
Well, he's got two more. That one that didn't get up as high, so he still has 2 for the over, and he's got one more ball. I guess the next ball is a bouncer
Could easily
again.
be. Yeah, then if Bosch is thinking the same way as you, it's the long boundary away to the onside. There's one man back there. Maybe it's worth a flap to get it down there for one. Or,
Yeah, maybe that one just surprised him. I'm sure he's ready for the next one. But I've got a feeling this will be another short one from Hollidays. But let's see.
it is. There's the flap at it, and it's gone over the keeper and away for 4. So everybody read everybody's mind. You knew the bouncer was coming, so did Bosch. And he knew if it came, he'd have a go at it. He'd take the boundary, even though it was fortuitous, but he was also trying to get it down to long leg for the 1 to face the bowling. But nonetheless, 4 off the over, 381 for 8, Bosch to 68. How well he's played.
Beautiful. And one thing I like is that although they struggled up early, they've got some really long partnerships. Like if you
Yes.
look at Parsons and Smith, beautiful partnership.
115 it was.
Yeah.
Then 42 between Zondo and Parsons. Then 86 between Fulyun and Parsons. And then another 100 partnership between Bosch and Parsons. So, as you said, those middle order partnerships kept the Tuskers in the field for an awfully long day.
Yes, and that's what today the Tuskers are going to have to try and do and mimic, is have those partnerships of 150 run partnerships, 100 partnerships.
Here goes De Pavlon, searching for his fifer. He's whipped away to long leg. He'll be disappointed, maybe a bit greedy there, De Pavlon, targeting the stumps. Mokoena is underway in first-class cricket.
Yeah, he must be very happy about that. I think Bosch is also happy too. Just to get to face this side and not to get Mokoena out, because we all know as attacking as he is, he likes to do it very early also, which then becomes a big risk. But I think it's the first time Bosch is facing to Pavlon this morning,
Correct.
so it's going
So
to be.
he will also be, it'll be a different challenge. I think he'll see this away swing and quite like it when he's got the ball in hand.
Beautiful shape.
It's also where, we've been talking about him almost on the return crease, cutting that wide line. So the angle is making you want to play it.
Yes, yes.
So if he
yes.
gets the length really full and then it shapes away, you'll probably find the batter will be playing it anyway.
Yep.
Bosch's his tactic seems to be, well, because I know it's swinging away, I'm going to try and leave as much as possible.
Yeah, he's at 2 overs just to look at him from non-striker's end and see where his partners have fallen short. So I think anything outside off there on a good length, he's happy to leave. Yeah, back of a length. I like it. I really like these 2 bowler spreads. They challenge your skill
Yeah.
9 out of 10 times. There's no freebies, there's no easy balls. If you're going to score, you must make play. They're not going to give you a half volley for 4.
Yeah, and that's what we saw yesterday, and that's why it was so disappointing when you've got a side 11 for 3 at almost 11 overs, 10 overs. I mean, the Pavlon bowled 5 overs and took 2 for very little, and the Harders had 1 for the same. And then the change bowlers came on, and it was just a run fest thereafter. So you could see the tactic of the Dolphins batters throughout the day. When Fulyun or to a lesser extent Fulyun, but certainly to Pavlon's bowling, we'll just see him off because he was bowling
Yes.
4 over spells, so they knew 24 balls. If he doesn't get a wicket, we score off what comes thereafter, and that's
Yes.
how the day went.
Yeah, I promise you, these guys give you nothing. You don't get anything. If you are going to score, you will get an opportunity, but if it's from a good ball, it's from a game plan of trying to nick you off if it's Fuller or a bouncer trying to limit you from scoring or keep your foot in the crease. So very experienced bowlers, and they've added a lot of experience in the Tuskers team.
5th ball of the over. Bosch looking for a 1. Oh, a diving hand at mid-on. It's going to go away for 4. Gee, hit that hard. I think he was looking just to punch it down the ground, maybe to pick up the 1 to get the strike, but he hit that sweetly in the air, and there was half a chance at mid-on. I think it's Mike Erlang, the skipper, who threw himself to his left but couldn't get a hand on it. Yes, it is. And just palmed it away to the long on boundary for 4. So another Bosch boundary. That's his 4th boundary of the morning. He goes to 72, 386 for 8. They made 389 against the Lions last week to the Dolphins, and you go, well, that's a good first inning score, but then you had to see the pitch, and the Linesmen got 616 for 7 declared, and the Dolphins 290 for 3 and saving the game. It was flat. This is a more lively pitch, so the 386 for 8 is a far better score than last week's ration.
Yeah, no, by far. The day is better. Cool pitches, some grass on it, shade of green even from here. So that the 386 is a very good first inning score.
Oh, beauty to end the over. So Mokoena will now get his first look at hardest for Leon, who hasn't looked quite as threatening, but still may pepper the young debutant a little bit with his pace. But close of play last night was 367 for 7. So we've had 19 runs this morning in a matter of 5 overs. They're keeping their rate going. They've scored about 4 runs per over throughout the innings, which is a really good rate in a 4-day game.
Very good rate. And I say all that comes from all these different leagues now where you've got SA20, CSA 20, one-day cricket. You playing this...
positive all the time.
Positive all the time.
I'm going to put my old man's hat on those shares. There were some wickets that were given away by the Dolphins yesterday that you sort of go, that was a shot in the one-day game. Kaya Zondo, or off-spinner, pulls it out to the deep square. There's only one man out. He could have hit it anywhere he liked, and he held out to the deep square. Hana Fullion tries to clear mid-on, and who's halfway to the fence off the off-spin and holds out there. The traditional old-school 4-day cricketer, I'll just pause with that thought, would just knock it down the ground for one, knock it out to the sweeper for one and get down the other end. But the modern game is going, if you feel like it, you take the fielder on.
That is the modern day cricket. Yeah. These guys, even if there's a long on, if they feel that they can clear you, they will clear you. And they say there's matchups. So probably an off spinner to a right-hander. They think, this is my matchup, I'm going to put him under pressure. We're going well here. Let's put them under pressure and let's score. Everything now is about scoring. Yep. Hardus will always just nip it back to a right-hander. That team will always attack the stumps. Even yesterday, he's just attacking the stumps. If you miss, he hits. That is his pure game plan. For Tupavlon, he's more of a swing bowler. Swings it beautifully away from you, and then you'll find an odd yorker.
The one thing that's different from yesterday is it seemed in the morning, because the wicket was very fresh and very green, but it didn't swing. It wasn't a swing day. Today those conditions are different.
Beautiful from Mokoena.
It is. No, it looks nice and solid. You say he's a confident young man, and I think when you come in and you're playing against players who've played for South Africa, both Tupavlon and Follion have had games for South Africa, he doesn't seem to be overawed. He isn't like, oh, they're way better than me.
Yes.
I'm meant to be at this level. I'm out there, even though it's my first game. This is the start.
Yeah.
There's going to be more.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to seeing him bowl later on in the day. Nice and neat and tidy. He looks very accomplished.
Yeah, and he looks comfortable at the crease.
Yeah.
For his first game for the Dolphins in 4-day series, he looks very comfortable. And you will see when he bowls, he also bowls like hardest in a way, maybe more energy running in, but he also sims it in. He's not a huge swinger of the ball. He attacks the stumps a lot. So sometimes there's scoring opportunities when he misses, but when he's on, listen, boy.
I'm waiting for the big shot though. Has he got the patience to keep playing defensively? He has. He's got the leave in the bag as well.
Yeah, beautiful.
I think Ethan's given him a bit of a lecture as to what he expects from him at the other end. Until you get in, you're not playing a shot.
I think that's true. I see a point going back and deep square leg coming in now.
Short one?
Oof, last ball, hardest, knowing him, definitely. Or a surprise yorker, you never know.
Yeah, the double bluff,
Yeah.
But he's also going, if you get bad on it and there's a one available, we want you at the other end. And there is the one. But Boshi, that was naughty. That was naughty from Mokoena. He took a long time to wake up there, nearly gets himself run out. That was very... He should have been aware that the fielders were back. But what is nice is Ethan Bosch is happy to take the single, is saying he's got faith in the youngster.
Yes. I think also that was created because of the last ball. Ethan wants to face the over. Just he thinks that he can take the risk off to Pavlon. It's the last ball of the over. Mokwena stay that side. Mokwena is keen to run. They're not sure. Almost resulted in an unnecessary run out.
Yeah.
And back to the weather there, Brett. We were saying earlier in Durban, it's never 4 full, hot, beautiful days where it's almost like you're playing a 3-day game. And I think that's why these guys, if you look at the Dolphins' top order, they're more attacking. Because you always think that we're not going to have 4 full days.
Yeah.
So I might as well look to score and then put them in as quick as possible.
Oh, what a gem. Almost unplayable. That'll get a lot of real top order players out. He's bowled a perfect line, perfect length, and the shape is outstanding.
Beautiful. That's really good bowling from Pavlon. He really looks supercharged. And as I said, to see him in the morning, running in at warm-up on day 2 after bowling 16, 17 overs, that for me, I just saw that he means business this morning.
Just to go back to your point about the weather, and if my memory serves, October, November in Durban and the coastal towns, there's often rain. I mean, Cape Town lost time yesterday.
Yes.
I'll pursue that thought in a minute. Oh, that's gone a long way, but from back of a leg. If I'm not mistaken, the World Cup in 2027 here in South Africa, they're playing in October and November, which surprised me, given that it's probably the wettest time of year.
Yeah.
In certainly the South African coast, but maybe even in South Africa. So I'm surely hoping that we don't have a wet World Cup in 2027 here because of the time of year. Traditionally, that World Cup's been played when we came to South Africa was February, March, which is a lot better. You might get a few Joburg storms and Eiffel storms, but the weather around the rest of the country was good at the World Cup here in 2003. Looking for five, probably getting 5. Oh, he's too good. He's too good at the moment. He's just, Mokoena's playing the line, which is where he should.
Yeah.
Unlike Kupalan, who followed it when it swung, he's at least just stayed there and let it beat the outside edge.
Yeah. And talking about that World Cup being in October and November here, probably with so much cricket now, you find it's probably the only open window.
Yeah.
You see with all these T20s and bilaterals happening, and you'll find that probably
You're right. I think you're spot on, but it hurts me that a World Cup has to shuffle for a league.
No, that's the nature of the beast these days.
100%.
You know?
I think there's an element of frustration in that delivery from Darren to Pavlon because he doesn't need to. He just keeps probing away and he'll probably find that outside edge. And I've got a feeling from slippers going down to him to say just that. Just if you want to change anything, it's not the line. It's maybe just go fuller because the likelihood is if he's fuller, he might try and drive and then you find the outside edge a little bit more easier.
Yeah, and if you notice this over, his back leg has been way more inner from the return crease.
Trying to get
Probably
tighter.
Babs has had a word with him and said, "Hey,
it'd be nice.
listen, you're quite tight. Please just come in a bit." The last 2 balls, definitely.
Not that one. He's outside the return crease again. Yeah.
But as you said, that angle, you think the ball is coming to you, and then it just swings away, and there's more nip. So you always think that
he's just going to get it fuller shares.
Yeah, that's true.
You risk being driven.
Yeah.
Risk the drive, because the youngster will probably have a flash at it if it's full. And risk the drive to get the shape that you've got. You're shaping it so beautifully. Find the outside edge in that fashion.
Yep.
Risk and reward. 387 for 8.
See, they've got point back again.
Almost saying if he gets off strike and Fullion can have a go at him, that's fine.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Nicely played from Mokoena. Another maiden over from De Pavlon. 4 for 44 in 20. It's been a super spell. It's been lovely to watch him throughout the day. I'll take a break. Cheers. Here comes Andy.
Welcome, Andy.
Morning, Shazzy.
How are you doing?
Just hearing your conversation about the World Cup, you could solve all of the issues about whether it's going to rain or not. Just play all the games in Windhoek. It's not going to rain in Windhoek.
It's a dry spot on the land in Namibia.
Well, I often tell this story, Shazy, about when Zimbabwe got test status in 1992. And India came for 2 test series. Played the first test in Harare, second test in Bulawayo. It hadn't rained in Bulawayo for 3 years. Match abandoned without a ball box. That's a good shot.
Yeah.
Hasn't pierced the ring. Bosch is in that betwixt or between scenario now, isn't he? With 10 jack to bat with.
Yep.
Does he just have a go and try and get to 3 figures? Or does he try and grind it out, see off the new ball attack, and let it get better and hope that they sort of inch towards 450?
He's definitely in a debacle there. Hardest charging in good leave, good ball. Hardest is nice and hot now. You can see that diesel engine of his, we always call it that, is nice and warm right now. I think that Bosch has been a natural striker. So what also has cost him is that in the past 2 or 3 overs, he hasn't had much strike. So Mokoena has taken a lot of strike and ran probably off the last ball. And now that has stopped also just his rhythm in batting. But it's very interesting of what he's going to do here.
That's well. It's a good line from Hardest Fillion.
Beautiful line, and it's making it harder also for Bosch to score there. To say, okay, I'm going to take you on. So I think they're just going to bet time, and hopefully then Mokoena bets him through and takes him to the triple figures. Because as you can see, Mokoena has faced 17 balls since he's come in, so that he's taken a lot of strike from Bosch, as he was looking very natural, scoring at will earlier. He just needs to find the rhythm again.
Oh, dropped. Malcolm Nofile, he got a right hand to it. He's naturally left-handed, so it's his weaker side. He got a lot of it, but couldn't hang on. So that's a chance gone begging for the Moothee Tuskers, and Bosch goes to 73.
Yep, that was a tough chance. In today's age, there is a full chance, but to dive full length like that to your weaker side, I give it to Norfolk. They're unlucky for dropping it, but it is great effort from Norfolk, and good bowling from Hardis.
That'll be a 4, and that's salt into the wounds of the fast bowler. He's had him drop previous ball, just loses his line a little bit. Good shot.
And how
that is
many?
off the mark, is it? No. It goes from 2 to 6.
Yes, it was 2 of 17 balls there. But how many times have you seen it, Andy, where there's a drop catch or there's a no ball wicket,
Ball goes
and the next ball 4? It's
It happened to me when I was bowling, let me tell you.
Just the gods rubbing the wounds there with some salt a bit more.
So they're close to the 400 mark now, and Hollywoodbets Dolphins would have been very happy with that when they lost the toss yesterday. It's interesting, Shazy, the 2 captains, they didn't need to shake hands at the start of the game because the Dolphins would have batted and the Tuskers wanted to bowl.
Oh,
So there was no reason for a toss. 11 for 3 they were, and the ball doing a little bit, bouncing, swinging, and they made a recovery to the extent that now against the second new ball, although they've lost an early wicket, they're 393 for 8. I just wanted to bring listeners up to date with what's going on around the country. Newlands, as Brett Proctor mentioned, a little bit of rain down there. They had 73 overs on day 1, and Northwest put into bat 259 for 5. Oh dear, the umpires are getting together and talking about the light. This isn't good. Let me carry on while they're doing that. At St George's Park.
just to hold you on there for a second,
they're coming off.
it looks like they might be coming off, because that light that they're presenting now. So just to give you a bit, is that they umpires have a seam reading. So for seamers, probably right now they're telling them, hold on, it's a bit dark for seam. Can you bowl some spin? As you can see them chatting to Elang, and Elang just told them no.
Not like he's going to say no.
Yes, I'm
No,
going to bowl
not
my
on your
seamers.
Nelly.
I'm not going to bowl spinners. I've got a new ball. They're fired up to Pavlon. And probably then he leaves the umpires no choice but to say, let's get off the field. opposite day to yesterday when it comes to light. It was nice, beautiful sky, beautiful bowling day and batting day yesterday. Today it's gloomy, typical Durban weather.
I know it's different when you're up here and when you're down there, but Brett and I were on the field for an hour this morning. I cannot see any difference in the light now to when they started. We've had 37 minutes of play. Nobody's been in any physical danger. But here's the point. They took a reading last night. And if their light meter reaches that reading, they have to come off.
Yep.
They've set the bar too low. They needed to set it higher, because this is the problem now. On a day like today, if you don't play in this, you're not going to play.
Yeah, and in Durban, at least it's still early in the morning at 20 to 10. Probably some grounds have not even started yet.
Yeah.
So you're hoping that the skies are going to open up. It's put to open up. A bit at 11. It looks like it might open up. It's early enough, so let's hope that it does open up, because, as you say, they took a light reading last night at about 5 to or 10 to 5, which is already a huge call for Durban, and that reading now is what we're going on.
And that light reading was taken with not a cloud in the sky, let me tell you. It was just shadows across the field. So anyway, that's where we are. The Dolphins put into about 393 for 97 overs bowled, and we're going to have to take a break because there is no cricket here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead.
They go for life.
So I would say it is lighter than when they went off.
So we're back here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. A half an hour interruption for bad light. Bad light at 9:40 in the morning. That is something that is a very rare, even in Durban, for a 4-day game. And here comes Bosch and McQuena back in the field at 393 for 8. And I must say,
the fact that a 9 o'clock start in Durban is a relatively new form of the game. Traditionally 10 o'clock, sometimes 10:30. They brought it forward to 9 o'clock. So if this was a 10 o'clock start, they'd all just have finished their warm-ups now and they'd be going out in good light. I would say that it is lighter now than when they took them off, but it is a problem when you set the light meter the light meter reading. Let me put my false teeth back in. At perhaps the wrong calibration on day one, and you have to stick with that for the rest of the day. Here comes De Pavillon. How well he's bowled.
and he's shaped it, and he deserves a fifer, and he's got conditions. I think the problem, Andy, with, as you say, setting that bar too low, is that we're probably not going to, not necessarily not going to have a full day. We've lost half an hour, but we'll be on and off throughout the day because the cloud bank is not going to dissipate here in Durban. It's going to hang over the city throughout the day. I just, off air, was just chatting to Tuskers, who is a first-class umpire, and he was going, if this was an international match and you went off at 9:40 in the morning, there would be pandemonium.
Problem for De Pavillon is because the ball's swinging, he's bowling at a number 10. Unless he bowls at him, he's going to miss the ball. And when you bowl at him, the ball doesn't swing as much as it does if you pitch it on off or just outside off.
I'd still like to see him brave enough to maybe bowl almost a half volley.
Yeah, I agree with
drive
that.
Drive me and see if the movement defeats the number 10 or whether the number 10 is equipped enough to hit it for 4.
Not really carrying through. Not every ball, but one of the things that we remarked on yesterday morning when De Pavillon was bowling beautifully with the first new ball was the carry was excellent. Obviously the ball is getting older. I'm trying to think. I think they took the new ball at 84 overs. So this is 14th over with the ball. So it's just starting to soften up a little bit. But even so, slightly surprising to see the ball not carrying through.
The one thing that break has done, it's nipped back, it's gone the other way. The one thing the break has done is given De Pavillon and Fullion a little bit of almost like they can start fresh. Yeah. So they bowled, what was it, like 4 apiece, and on a kind of cool day, probably they could give you 6, but now you can go again and maybe give you 4 or 5 again, or the necessary wickets are taken to knock them over.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot to get the ball out of De Pavillon's hand right now.
Looking for 5.
Yeah. Fullion, I did notice Ronaldo Mayer warming up just before they came off, so that was in the captain's mind.
Now, I wish we could read
better line, isn't it?
But it's a no ball. There's no two ways about it. The right foot was completely outside the return crease, the back foot landing foot. Now, an umpire cannot watch that. It's impossible for an umpire to be able to watch back foot, front foot, then down the other end, and be in control of every look. But the Pavillon has got very, very close, but that whole foot was outside the return crease, the back foot.
Looking for the angle.
Yeah, exactly. Looking for the angle because he's getting it to shape nicely. He's a bit soul-destroyed. He bowled a bouncer just before. Bouncer was one of frustration.
Now I was chatting with Shazy before they went off about how does Bosch approach his innings here. He's made a first-class century, but only one. 73 not out with 2 wickets in hand. Does he go for it, or does he?
Obviously wanted to bounce down the other end. Not that it was bad coming this way, but it was always better going from the Young end. Little inside edge into the pad.
I think this is, in the course of his career, this is one of the important moments for Ethan Bosch. He's been given the responsibility of getting as many runs as possible, and along the way he could get himself 100, and his last one was 5 seasons ago. He's a way better player than that. But a bit of swing after the bat.
Coupled with that, if he does, he's got runs. Whatever he ends up with, Andy, he's got runs. But if he picks up wickets as well, because it's swinging conditions, he can certainly do his cause for greater honour and no harm.
If De Pavillon is bowling like this, there's no reason that Bosch can't.
Yeah, spot on.
And he will be an important member of the side, because it's probably fair to say
Thick edge, they'll push hard. He wants 2 because it's gone down towards the 3rd man boundary.
easy to.
Yeah, the funny thing is when they were going off, I'd just finished a stint and gone to the gentleman's and returning. I wondered whether the Dolphins hadn't thought, because it's swinging this much, we're actually going to declare and have a crack. Never
You're
for
old
one,
school.
Never for 1 minute thought they were going off for bad light. I know your old adage is, Andy, if they didn't play in this in England, they'd never play at all.
Never play. In the air and safe. There's nobody back there. There's a little bit of a slap. And he's played a lot better than that shot.
In his defence, it was a poor delivery because one, he brought up backward point because he wants Bosch down this end and wants De Pavillon to bowl at McQuena, so everybody's up. And then he bowls a wide delivery, and I think Bosch knew if he got half a bat on it, it was always going to clear
Very
everything
safe.
and it was going to fall safe.
Yeah. So within one of 400, Dolphins would have grabbed that with both hands after the opening spell yesterday.
He's got his one that he wants to get the strike, moves to 80, 400 comes up on the board. As Andy said, 11 for 3, and you've got 400 for 8 on the board. What a performance it is, and what a fight back. Bryce Parsons, obviously the hero of the innings. Andy had a chat with him this morning. How much he wanted that double 100. His career best 191 within touching distance. 183 yesterday. He fell to De Pavillon with a second new ball. Went at a wide one, admittedly, but nonetheless, De Pavillon deserved the wickets. And he will keep going, and why not? Refreshed after the half an hour break for light. I'm going to make a sweeping statement, say it's as dark now as it was when they went off. But I think if they've got common sense, both sides want to play, they'll just keep the light meter in the pocket and not even go near it.
No, and as you say that, I think he's getting the light meter out.
What have I done? What have I done?
No. He's dressing his clothing.
To Pavillon. To Bosch this time. Beats him to, gee, it's hooping. It is really good. Different day. It's amazing what weather conditions and wind direction can do in Durban. On a northeaster wind, that's why it was a bold decision to bowl first, because even though it's such a batting day, the ball doesn't swing. It seemed a little bit, but we were always saying, well, brave decision, good decision, 11 for 3, 400 for 8 now. Is it such a good decision? Because you'd be bowling on this day if you batted yesterday, if you understand the rationale. And this is a day to bowl all day. It'll swing. Southwest is in, clouds in. Edged
Good
and
catch.
taken. Good catch. De Pavillon gets a fifer. A fuller length from Darren De Pavillon. Finds the edge of the Bosch bat. And he's out for 80. It's been an excellent innings, but De Pavillon fully deserves a fifer. And it's 400 for 9.
Well, probably feels that he should have bowled at Bosch a little bit more this morning, because Bosch was good enough to get the nick, whereas the number 10 just keeps playing and missing. But very well bowled. That's his best figures for the Tuskers. Obviously not a career best by any means, but he's played really well. Bosch gone for 73. I beg your pardon, for 80. We're just waiting for his figures to come up on the screen, but it's 400 for 9. And Bosch is disappointed, and rightfully so. We've just been talking about possibility of a second career century, and now he has to get back to the pavilion. Well, he can have a cup of tea and ponder what to do next, which would be take the new ball.
Which will probably be shared with the man that's walking the crease now, Neil Bartman. My feeling would be that these two, this is a difficult way to put it, don't waste time. I mean, if Bartman and McQueen are just going to hang around now, it takes time. It's almost like the Dolphins would be wanting to bowl in these conditions as soon as possible. So play a few shots. If you get another 15, 20, that's the best scenario. If you get out and doing so, you haven't taken time out of the game. The weather conditions are the same, and the swing will be there, and you can go and have a bowl at the Tusker.
My question now is one of those things that only happens in cricket, it doesn't happen in other games, where because you've got 10 and 11 at the crease, the umpires will always be a lot more critical of the batting and complimentary of the bowling. And while they would allow 10 and 11 to bat in this light, they might not allow 1 and 2.
No.
I don't want to preempt things.
You're raising my dudgeon a little bit here, Andy, because the red mist has settled a little bit over this control of the light at any rate. So that is a scenario that has arisen before, unfortunately. Can he pick up 6? To Pavlon, goes to Bartman. My word, there's
nothing wrong with that, was it?
Nothing, a good stride.
Apologies, we're still waiting for figures for Bosch to come up on the screen. They haven't done so.
I think because there's no screen this morning, Andy, there's the scoring side.
Yeah.
But the actual television screen, which we have where the stats come up, hasn't been functional at all this morning.
Yeah, there's a turn it off and turn it on again scenario. It's the new scoreboard. Put in
which
time.
Which is magnificent.
It is. It's an absolute pleasure.
Oh, beats him. The big stride wasn't there on that occasion, and the swing still was.
So De Pavillon's now halfway through his 22nd over. He's got 5 for 44. So
it's in a score of 400 for 9, Andy. That gives credence to how good that is.
Yeah.
When you see him bowl like this, you scratch your head a little bit at why the Dolphins cut him loose, but you understand why the Dolphins cut him loose, because he was so seldom on the park the last couple of seasons with injury problems. But this is the De Pavillon in his pomp. When he bowls at his best, you understand why he played for South Africa.
That's a beauty. That's the end of the innings. He's walked. That's funny actually, because De Pavillon raced through in his follow through, and because nobody was shouting or screaming, he turned around to the umpire and then turned back again to discover that the batter was already got his bat tucked under his arm and was making for the pavilion. So that's a duck. It's 400 all out. McQuaina finishes on 7, and De Pavillon finishes with 6 for 44. Really magnificent figures for him, and deserves what he's going to get, which will be applause off the field from his teammates. The two important members of his teammates will be the ones who have to go and pad up now, and having stood in the slips, Malcolm Nofal will know what to expect. Jonty Rapalana has been fielding square of the wicket, so he won't have seen quite what the ball's doing, but there's every possibility that this pre-lunch session is going to be a real tough one for the Tuskers. But let's not get out of the way. Darren De Pavillon taking the applause. He's been given the match ball, and he finishes with 6 for 44 wobble.
Yeah, it deserves every single credit that it gets. The conditions today were really good for bowling, but it was his work yesterday, I think, that impressed even more. A little bit of seam early doors, but after the new ball, it was hard work, and he took 3 for 39 yesterday. So today he's effectively taken 3. The rest of the bowlers, yeah, Fullun was the next best, 1 for 70 and 21. Was a pale shadow this morning of the energy of yesterday. And for the rest, there was a wicket for Mayer and a wicket for Gilson and a wicket for Erlang, but the Tuskers attack looked fairly one-dimensional after Fullun and Durban were out of the attack. The Dolphins will be mightily pleased with getting to 400 from 11 for 3, and they'll relish the opportunity to bowl in these conditions.
Right, for now we'll wrap things up. It is 400 all out.
reason, they are trying a new rule where they are having a serious injury, or if it's a sickness, then it is serious. So if there's a serious injury on field now, if you look at the India-England game before where Pant got hit on the foot and he couldn't have a substitute, now you can.
Right.
Even if you're a normal fielder and a guy can even bowl or bat. So with Viljoen's sake, if probably his sickness is really serious and it's hampering him from batting, probably Peary will have his second inning batting. We'll wait and see.
Right, we will indeed wait and see. Here we are at the beginning of day 2. This is Ethan Bosch bowling to Malcolm No Foul. First ball of the Tuskers' reply to the 400 all out of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Dolphins 33 for 3 this morning in bowler-friendly conditions after taking stumps last night in a position where they might have thought about 450 or even something beyond that, with this man Ethan Bosch batting so well. But beautiful piece of bowling this morning, all 3 wickets falling to Darren de Pavillon, bowling from the same end as Bosch, the Umgani end, and he finished with a 6-for, his first 6-for for his new province. And Malcolm No Foul is away, getting the ball down to long leg for a single. And Chasey, this is going to be a tough little session for the Tuskers.
Big time. If you look at it, I think they've got about 40 minutes, 50 minutes before lunch, and they want to go back to lunch, literally not having lost any wicket. But we know this is a favourable condition for bowling. The wind is perfect. That's why Bosch is coming this side for that beautiful away shape. As you saw, those few first balls swung. Now he's coming to a right-hander of Rapulana Jonty. So this is where he's also going to try and swing it away from him. And let's see how he does it. But it's a beautiful day for bowling. New nut, cloudy. It's going to be a cracker. I would love to be bowling today, if I'm very honest with you.
Whoops, Jonty's not ready.
Right, just getting his mark right there.
It's very important in these kind of bowler-friendly conditions that you leave well.
Yes.
You've got to know where your off stump is and force the bowler to bowl at you.
Yes.
3 slips gully. That's well bowled.
Beautiful shape. And as I said earlier, what de Pavillon did well this morning was, although it was shaping away, still batsmen were coming forward to play. And if you can see that on the money, first ball to a right-hander, beautiful shape, not an easy ball, and you have to come forward and play. And we know at Jonty, those a bit shortish guys, you want to bring them forward. You want them to commit, because they're very comfortable in cutting and pulling. They've done that all their lives. And now let's see this beautiful Durban morning with beautiful shape.
Same again. So Ethan Bosch, having batted very well, he's in the side really for his bowling. I would like, in the next couple of years, I would like to see him become a genuine all-rounder, somebody who could challenge for an international place, because I think he's got all the mechanics.
Yep. In all formats also. If you look at his form in the CSA 20, in the 50 over, and in the SA 20, he's been fantastic with the ball and with the bat.
That's well played. He's watching the ball well and committing late, is Jonty Rapulana. It seems churlish of me to even suggest that Ethan Bosch has underachieved in his career, but I really do think that this boy has got everything required to play international cricket, and for him, I would suggest it's a mental process from here on, not a physical process.
Yes, and it runs in the family, as his brother
Exactly.
has the honours, and he's already doing very well with the ball and with the bat.
Good leave. That's exactly what I'm talking about. See the carry through to the keeper there. That's our 12th man keeper, Golamelo Peary, on for Hanu Viljoen. We'll try and find out exactly what the doctor has said, but yeah, just to go back to early this morning, he was out there warming up, was Hanu Viljoen, taking catches with the gloves on, and when I greeted him, he went. And if you can't hear that in the microphone, he lost his voice. So I reckon he's got a bug.
And it's actually a good school now for Dolphins because they've got their 3 debutants now. If you do include Peary, they've come up through the Dolphins ranks. Now they're playing for the senior team. So the pipeline of the Dolphins, they must be very happy. You've got Kopalan in, you've got Mokwena in, and now you've got Peary in. So that is very good. So the Dolphins School of Excellence and the pipeline of the Dolphins, they've done very well. So well done to them to get 3 debutants playing today. Well done to the coaches. Well done to the schools. It's really good to see.
Starts well, does McQuena. No shot from no foul, but nice carry through to the keeper from the Old Fort end.
Yeah, so with Mokwena, he's not a swing bowler like Bosch. He's more of a seam bowler, and he's going to look to take it away from the lefty, just off the wicket, which becomes very dangerous. And also to Rapulana, the right-hander, is going to be simming it in from the wicket. So there's going to be some good challenge. And if you look at it, the challenge today is going to be more on this experienced batting lineup of the Tuskers versus the bowling of the Dolphins. That's where it really is going to be today. Beautiful bowling conditions, beautiful ball from going up, back of a length, seeming a bit away, and very well played by Norfolk. So it's going to be that day where the bowling of the Dolphins, with Botman in, good experience, and taking on the well-experienced batting lineup of the Tuskers. Can they do the same as the Dolphins did, getting up to that 400 mark?
Nkabani McQuena, incidentally, he's 20 years old. Went to Northwood High School, just up the coast from here, where he came under the tuition of the mighty man, Nanti Hayward.
Yes.
The first man in South African cricket recorded history to bowl a ball at 150.
Yeah, he was blitz. McQuena is quick, but I don't think as quick as his coach.
No.
Not at all.
SA under 19, of course, McQuena. And lovely to see how many of those under 19 boys are coming into the structure, getting early opportunities.
I was blessed to be in that SA under 19 versus England under 19 series, and he was pick of the bowlers for both teams. He was the best. Really bowled.
Good shot.
Great areas. Very good shot. On top of the ball, it wasn't a half volley by any means. It was a beautiful shot from 4 through the covers. So as McQueen, I'm not too sad of that.
Yes, absolutely. So that's the first boundary. 5 without loss, the Tuskers, after bowling out the Dolphins this morning for 400. Just thinking Malcolm Nofal is probably the best suited of all of the Tuskers players in these kind of conditions, having played for a decade in New Zealand,
yes,
where it's always like this.
Yes, you must feel right at home here.
If you can get runs in New Zealand, you can probably get them all around the world.
That's true.
That's a good leave.
Beautiful.
Lovely carry, wasn't it?
Oh man, as I said, this is a day for bowling. When it's charging in, good carry. It kind of reminds me of the old Kingsmead, where there's beautiful carry, true bounce. You can trust the bounce, trust the carry. Good for batsmen and also good for bowlers. There's something in for everyone. If you play good cricket, this is a ground for you to be. I saw yesterday in the 60th over, the ball was still doing something from Pavlov. So, so it reminds me of the old Kingsmead.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I think I saw a shadow just now.
Which means that the sun might be coming out.
It's just struggling to burn away these clouds. I don't think it's ever going to. And my app says we've got rain at 3 o'clock. A couple of other apps are saying a little bit later, and we might get some evening rain. And that'll freshen up everything for day 3. But, you know, traditionally shows second day is the day to bat.
Yes.
But if the conditions are going to be bowler friendly like this, you've got to bat well.
Yeah, as you saw this morning also with the newish ball, permanent bowling, it was swinging, it was seaming. Yesterday it didn't swing as much, it did seam a bit, but today it's swinging even in the air.
Yeah.
So it shows you that it's a traditionally batting day, but with the new ball, there's something for the bowlers.
Bosch with his second, bowling to Rapalana. Good player, John T. Rapalana. He's in his early 30s now, and he understands his game.
Yes.
Got good runs for the Moothee Tuskers in the second division last year that helped to earn them promotion back into the first division, and he'll want to really stamp his authority this year.
Yeah, and if you look at this batting lineup, as I said, they're very experienced, they've batted well together. So the changes have come more in the bowling. If you look at that top six, it's the same top six from the past season. So they know each other, very experienced. It's beautiful.
That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Good leave. He's got himself into a position where he can play the shot and then thinks, no.
Yes.
There's all the time in the world. This is not a one-day game.
Yeah. And I'm very happy for leaving it, because that is the scoring zone. Cut shot. But early on, that might get you into trouble, as we saw yesterday.
Just looking at where he's setting up, it looks to me as if he's right across his stumps, maybe with an off-stump guard in the air and safe, and they twinkle through for a single.
Good running there from John T. and Norfolk. As I said, they understand each other better. They've been together for so long. So those quick singles, they look very fit. I doubt you'll see that doubt of, I don't know this guy well, quick single, yes, no, stop and run. They've been together for a while. They trust each other. Now the testing is, can that batting lineup now do it in Div 1 as they did it in Div 2 last season? That's where the chat is going to be.
Little change for the left-hander. They've taken out third slip and brought him to silly mid-on. It's been a popular fielding position for the Dolphins in games at Kingsmead recently. They used it a lot against the Lions in that drawn game last week.
Yep. Straight to him. Straight to Silimidon there.
Yep.
Beautiful shape though in the air. Just, I think the wicket is a touch slowish maybe. So that, as you saw those first two catches yesterday, they were caught on the outfield. Maybe with the wicket just playing a touch too slowish, maybe that guy becomes also an attacking fielder as a slipper on this wicket.
That's well played by No Foul. He got on top of the bounce. There wasn't an edge at all. And he gets two down to third man. There is no third man. It's a long chase for cover point.
Very well played by Norfolk. The back of a length from Bosch. He will want to be a touch fuller though, just to test those pads of LBW. The ball is swinging nicely, but I'm very impressed with the start of the Tuskers inning. They've looked very solid and just trusting their game plan.
Well played. Bat and peg close together. End of the over. 8 without loss. And yesterday, going all the way back to yesterday morning, the Moothee Tuskers won the toss, put the Dolphins into bat. They were 3 down with just 11 runs on the board, but magnificent 183 from Bryce Parsons, and then down the order 80 from Ethan Bosch. Propelled them into that really powerful position of 400 all out. But here we are, we're still at the beginning of the second day. There's lots of time in this game, and from a Tuskers perspective, you don't want to hear anything else but bat.
That's it.
Don't worry about the run rate.
Just bat. And those partnerships which the Dolphins had, although the wickets fell, that's what they want to do today.
Quenna just losing his line. Oh, you were talking about there can't be a run out. Malcolm No Foul had come halfway down, but John T. Rapalana wasn't interested. A little bit of ball watching, because I think there was a run there.
There was. I think he was just maybe so surprised that maybe the ball trickled down past the keeper that far. And as you say, he was just ball watching. But as you were saying earlier about the partnerships of the Dolphins, today the partnership also for England to mimic those partnerships of the Dolphins will be very, very key.
This is good cricket now. McKenna is bending his back. That's well played by Rapalana. Picks up a single, and that'll be very important for this right-left combination. You can send a bowler crazy if you take too many singles.
Yep. Also, just for the bowler to always adjust to left and right hand. As you saw, he was coming over the wicket for the righty. Now he's changing, he's coming around the wicket for the lefty. So that left and right hand combination for the bowler also, it could be frustrating, and that's why you end up missing that line. Because now you see he's back around the wicket. It's a left-hander. Quick one from Rapalana. He needs to adjust now to Norfolk, who's got a different skill and strengths from Rapalana. So I like this left and right hand.
I like that. That's good technique from Malcolm Nofal.
Very good. Nice old-fashioned forward defence. No gap between bat and pad. No chance of LBW. Swing the seam. Block it out of the way.
"35 minutes or so to lunch, and that'll be base camp for this pair. Can they see it through to lunch? As for the Dolphins, they know it's bowler-friendly conditions. They know they should be making breakthroughs. And there's a no ball. Now, I'm not saying that Malcolm Nofal heard that shout, because that was by some distance his worst shot.
Yeah, he went from a very nice and solid blocking to going to level 10, they get in and going for a beautiful cover drive. As I said, you don't mind that as a bowler, because yes, they can punish you for 4, but they open up a chance of that nick-off.
Noticeable that Jonty came straight down the pitch and gave him a full mouthful. How dare you? Get your head down.
We're betting till after lunch. Just be nice and tight.
No short leg in place. I don't know that there was bat in that, but I wonder whether the fielding side might think about putting somebody under the lid. I'm impressed by McKenna. First time I've seen him. He's got a nice, fluent run to the crease, and he's got a bit of pace.
Yes. So I like his approach. His run-up is as smooth as I've seen it. To be fair, I've watched him from school cricket in his Northwood days. His run-up and rhythm is perfect. His pace has never been in doubt, but it's just been consistent on that area.
That's much better from Nofal.
Just a check drive, beautiful check drive. But I'm liking Mokwena here. I'm loving his rhythm, coming around the wicket. Yes, there was one no ball, but his rhythm and action is perfect for me, and it's a good prospect for the Dolphins also. He can serve you for another 10 years here.
You know, he's coming for Kush Gele, who reopened the split in his webbing on his left hand in the game against the Lions. And this is his first-class debut. Now, that's the thing about professional sport. One small thing keeps you out of a game, and maybe you don't get back in again, you know, because the kid that comes in and takes your place runs in and bowls like the wind, and the captain says, well, I want him. End of the over. So it's a good over. Good cricket being played at the moment. 10 without loss, 390 behind.
Yeah, there's a 390 is a long way to go. They mustn't put it at the back of their heads. Just say, you know what? Let's just bet time. Let's bet sessions. Let's bet overs. Let's take it to lunch. Let's see how many wickets we're down at lunch. Hopefully none. Then take it to another session at drinks. And slowly just chip off that 390, because that is a very good first inning score from the Dolphins.
Getting fully forward, Rapalana.
Yep. As you were talking about Mokwena getting his chance from a split webbing, I remember many years ago when I used to play. I got a Hemi in the morning here playing the Warriors, and the man who took a fiver first inning to Pavlon made his debut and took a fiver that game.
Aha!
And that was me for the next 2 games chilling.
Now, no foul had come a long way at the non-striker's end, but a big stentorian shout from Jonty. Get back!
I think they understand each other well, these two. They've played many innings together. They've seen the best flat decks, moving decks, quick bowlers, so they know what they're doing out there. And as I said, it helps to have someone that you trust on the other side.
Short, pulled away. There is a man at long leg, but he's not going to get round. That's a good shot from Jonty Rapalana. 4 runs.
Yep. As I said, Jonty's favourite shot is a cut and pull. He's very comfortable there. So if you come into that area, just know that there is a risk of a beautiful pull shot like that for 4. So you have to be aware that it's good because you're taking his feet away. He looked very comfortable, but just be aware that now you put him to string and he will put you away for 4.
Just looking at the replay there, it was just back of a length. But Rapalana's a short man, and like most short men, he likes it if he can get under the ball. But I don't think the bowler will mind that, because there's the next ball. It's still moving, it's still carrying through nicely.
Yeah. Beautiful response from Bosch. Back of a length, swing it away. Probably on the 4th or 5th stump. Good lead from Rapalana. Very good lead. You did a few games last year for Tuskers. Were you impressed with them in the second division there?
Well, they did something that no other team has ever done, and that was they won everything available to them. They won the 4-day competition, the T20 and the 50-over competition. 2 of those competitions were weather affected.
Yep.
But to answer your question, yeah, I thought that the Tuskers were a good side, and I also think that they've made some very good end of season signings that have strengthened the squad. And I think they've got 14 or 15 decent players in this squad. And just as I was talking about if Ethan Bosch is going to move to the next level, it's psychological. I think it's the same thing with the Tuskers. They're good enough, but do they think they're good enough?
Yes.
4 slippers come in, 4 slips in a gully. Well bowled.
Very good over. Very good over from the Dolphins. And having that 4th slip now is nice and attacking. Anything that you do, Rapalana, if you just make it play a full shot, you've got an extra guy. If you find that edge, we will catch you out.
So that's 5 overs done, 14 without loss. Just trying to think whether we've seen the ball get past the bat, and I don't think we have. The one and only time was when Malcolm Nofal played that extravagant cover drive. It turned out to have been a no ball from Kabani Mokoena.
They've been very tight, very disciplined, very organized, waiting for you to come to their area, and they'll put you away in their area.
That's a good shot. That's 4.
Beautiful cover drive. Through the covers, there's no cover. Beautiful shot from Nofal.
A little bit of width, and Nofal cashed in.
Yeah, as you said, they bought well, and in Division 2 they own everything, which means that they are a very capable team. They know what they're doing, and also what they did right is they kept the core of their team, and all of them have been rewarded, saying, "We trust you. Come to the Division 1. Now let's stay in Division 1." That's where the big question is now. Can we stay and perform in Division 1?
Oh, he's found the gap as well.
think this is going to go for 4 as well. That is a rapid outfield through to extra cover. 2 boundaries in the over from Malcolm Nofal.
Yeah, he's looking very good. He's looking awesome. His foot movement is good. His bat flow is good. His decision making also is good. He's leaving well. He's blocking well. And if there's something in his area, with discipline of a check drive, he's still putting it away for 4. So that is a sign of a good batsman.
The other thing to mention, Shays, is the coach, of course, Ahmed Amla, who played 17 seasons for the Dolphins, knows these conditions inside out, and a very good player at leaving the ball.
Yes.
And I'm sure he would have been in their heads, these two, saying, this is what you need to do. I want to see you there at lunch.
Yeah.
Ethan Bosch is leaving the slip cordon and strengthening the offside defensive field. So that's a psychological blow for the Tuskers against the Dolphins.
Yep. And also you can see Mokoena change from coming around for Nofal to coming over the wicket. That's also another blow of saying, as Nofal, your first plan, I've got it done. So it's very good from Nofal. But I like this coming over the wicket because that's when you can drag a guy to a nick, to an edge. But let's see how Mokoena does. But right now, Nofal is 1 up. Very well bowled from Mokoena, right on the stumps, top of off, very good, well disciplined defense from Nofal. Very good cricket.
I'm just slightly surprised that the Dolphins have gone on the defensive to an extent so early. Just those 2 boundaries from Nofal have persuaded them, no, we mustn't have a 3rd slip.
Very well bowled from Mokoena again, top of off, coming around, coming back over the wicket, hitting back of a length, trying to take it away from Nofal. I think they're just trying to stop that 4, because maybe it is a rapid start now from Nofal. I think they're just saying, okay, cool, we'll block that place where you're scoring all your 4s, find another place of scoring.
Yeah, fair enough. I like the way Nofal's moving at the crease this morning. Going fully backwards, trying to get forwards when possible, and seizing on the wide delivery. That's a good ball, that's well left.
Beautiful.
Keeper's taken that in front of first slip. Right, that's the end of the over. It's 22 without loss. The deficit is 378 with the Hollywoodbets Dolphins bowled out for 400 this morning. Shays, you're going to be joined now by my favourite commentator, Brett Proctor.
Welcome back, Brett.
Thanks, Shays.
I will tell you though that the first 6 overs of the Dolphins bowling is quite different to the first 6 overs of the batting.
Yeah, Bosch has got it to swing a little bit, but when we saw how well Darren de Pavillon utilised the conditions this morning, I thought there'd be more life in it, and it's an element of disappointment, I think, for the Dolphins have not got quite as much effect out of the ball and out of the surface in these conditions as did Darren de Pavillon, who was absolutely outstanding for the Tuskers this morning. Here's Bosch goes to Rapalana. What I've liked about Rapalana, even though he's been challenged by Bosch, he's been very still. He lets the ball come to him. The danger against the away swinging ball is if you push forward too far and hard hands and it can find the edge. He's let it come to him and played it as late as possible. I see Otniel Bartman warming up at mid-off at the moment, which I think is a good thing. We've got 24 minutes to lunch, and I think it's important that all 3 seamers have a go, see if they can use the conditions as best as they can before the interval. 3 slips and a gully. Well bowled in the sense that it's trying to go full and wide and induce the drive, but Rapalana's got his stall set out nicely. Mentally, I think he's well attuned to what's required. I've been impressed with the 2 openers. Nofal's looked positive against Mokoena. Rapalana's been nice and organised and compact against Bosch. They needed a good start. They didn't need to be a couple down before lunch. When they're looking at 400 made by the Dolphins. is going to be a hard working day. It's a bowler's day. Good carry, good carry.
This is a beautiful wicket. Every time I see this wicket, especially this game, Brett, if you're a bowler, there's something for you. If you're better, if you're disciplined, there's something for you also.
100%. It's a good cricket pitch.
Yeah.
And what it's also shown me, Shaz, is that the bowler on the top of his game, and I'll keep referring to Darren de Pavillon because he's the benchmark. I mean, when a side gets 400 and you take 6 for 44 in 22 overs, you look like you've been a handful all the time, and he was. The rest of the bowlers, not so much. Batting was quite easy against them.
Yep. That's a very good ball there. He tried to swing that one in. Good leave from Rapulana, just missed it off stump. But I just like how tight the Tuskers batsmen are. They wait for you to get to their area. If you see Norfolk, the fuller you are, he's comfortable in driving.
Yeah.
Rapulana's boundary came from a pull shot where his strength is cut and pull. So they've played within their strengths and they've said, we'll leave your good balls, but if you do come to our strengths, we will put you away.
Oh, he's trying to leave it. It's nipped back. And he's very fortunate that it's bounced on its way to slip. He's encouraging over for Bosch, the extra bounce. And I think what I quite liked from Bosch was he got a few to nip back instead of always just shape away. So he's less predictable now. That was a really good effort. It looks like we've got a change of bowling down at the Old Fort end. McQuena's opening burst in his debut game has come to an end, 3 overs for 14. And the very much wicket-to-wicket Neil Bartman is going to be into the attack. And I think this was worth a try.
Yep. And with Bartman now, we know that he's going to test your technique, he's going to test your pad. Where he's coming to ball now is wicket to wicket, test your defense and see how good you are coming forward. Are you going to leave well? Are you going to block well? So this is where the real test comes in for both Nunofo and Rapulana. Mokwena done decently in his debut, a bit of pace, looking for some swing and nip, but now this is where the true test comes in.
Yeah,
this is a senior bowler.
What I liked about McQueen, he's in lovely natural action, and he did have good pace, but the ball there wasn't much to it in terms of shape, and he didn't get any seam. So that's something that as an inexperienced player you'll have to work on, be able to get the ball to deviate. 3 in the covers, interestingly. Here's Bartman, goes to no fall.
Top of off, that's Bartman for you. That's where he's going to make his house. A bit back of a length. And one thing I like about Bartman, what you see is what you're going to get. He's done this for years.
Yeah.
Test your pad, comes forward, always hits a good length, and it doesn't give you much. So this is where the test is really going to come in terms of discipline and execution from the Tuskers batsmen.
Off the hip. If he has an error, because he's so wicket to wicket, he can be a bit straight sometimes, or could be overthrows. Nope, good backing up. I feel he might prefer being to bowl at Rapulana, yes, the right-hander.
Yeah, that's true. I do see maybe once his warmish coming around the wicket for a lefty for no fault. That is what maybe he's going to try and do, just to try and that one stretchish ball not be an easy signal to find them for one.
But they've started really well, have the Tuskers. Yes. I thought they'd look a bit under more pressure than this. 23 without loss in the 8th over. Yes, the Dolphins have the merits of 400 on the board, but credit to the Tuskers. They've played with a lot of composure, very calm opening stand this. That wasn't there to drive. It was a loose stroke. He left so well against Bosch. I'm surprised he actually tried to play an off drive at that one, Rapulana.
Yep. And they are going to try and be a touch fuller to Rapulana, because that's not probably his strength as cutting and pulling.
Well, the stride is a lot shorter than Noble's stride. He's so diminutive as John T. Rapulana.
Yeah. So it's going to, as you said, this is where the test is. Bartman one probably prefers bowling to Rapulana, the right-hander.
Skiddy. He's not really a bouncy bowler, Bartman. He's a lot skiddier. As you say, you can often misjudge his pace, and he hits the front pad before the bat comes down into the stroke. There's bowlers whose mode of dismissal is caught in the cordon, and that's your conventional away swing bowler. And there's bowlers like Bartman who often their most consistent mode of dismissal is bowled in LBW.
Yep. Falling over there with your head maybe leading might be a problem.
Big drive. Inducing him to drive is a success in itself for Bartman. That was a nice carry.
Beautiful carry. And also because people are used to Bartman swinging the ball in, when it's just outside off, you find that batsmen end up nicking more because they think it's going to come in, and one just holds its line, and then that's where the edge comes in.
What surprised me, Shares, is the approach of Rapulana. He's been so watchful and played it so late against Bosch. First over Bartman, why is he thinking he can attack?
Yeah.
Still got to be watchful. That's more like it. That's a nice solid defensive stroke. Good over though. Bartman begins with just a single run off the over. We've had 8, it's 23 for none.
Yep, we're getting closer and closer to lunch. I'm sure Noful is going to have a chat with him there and say, hey, we're close to lunch, about 15 minutes to lunch. Just be tight again. Because we saw when Noful earlier played a loose shot, Rapulani came charging in on the other side.
Yes, yeah.
And probably telling him, hey, brother, we're betting here till lunch. Just hold on. Probably going to have that chat. And then just go back to their A plan of saying, let's be tight on off stump. If it does come to our area, we punish it, but let's leave here for lunch unscathed at all.
So Bosch now going to go to no-fall. He's going to stay around the wicket. I'm a little surprised with the theory, because if it's shaping nicely, when you're over the wicket, it really does bring LBW into play. Oh, he is going to go over the wicket now. I like it because he's got the opportunity of the angle, the one that just holds and goes across to slip, or the LBW if he can drifted it in. Here he goes to no-fall, over the wicket. Good piece of fielding mid-off. Nice and full, saying drive me, and that always gives you a chance. If there's a bit of movement, it can nip back through the gate or find the outside edge if it goes away.
As you can see, they've left the covers open there, really inducing that drive, which we know it is a no-full strength, but also if the ball is moving a bit, can be a chop on or a caught behind the mistake from him.
Oh, big one, big appeal. That was a lovely delivery. That really took off. That's the one that nips the other way. That's the option from over the wicket. Slips were convinced. They all started running it. The keeper was a bit quiet, and Bosch didn't really seem that animated about it, but all the slips went up.
Just looking at the replay, there's Bekhoff and seaming away. That is a beautiful ball. Those are the balls you saw from Dupavlon this morning and yesterday. So it looks like it's a wicket where you must bend your back to find something. If you just kiss the wicket, it's easy to score.
Beats him again. This change of angle has been outstanding. He was around the wicket early to the left-hander. Then everything seemed to be coming back in. Now, I think he's got it spot on.
Yep, as you said, if that's one that has a natural movement that doesn't shape, just keeps its line. Now when Nikov comes in, one does shape the back in, LBW comes in.
Good length too. Got him caught on the crease, neither forward nor back.
It's a good challenge, this. Very good challenge. This is proper Div 1 cricket at its best. Bowling day, as we say, a bit of overcloud. So it's very nice to see here from Bosch.
The onside field is interesting that they've split the field 5-4. In the onside field you've got a backward square leg, a man almost on the drive catching, and a wide mid-wicket. It's encouraging Bosch to be as straight as possible. Oh, nearly. Cries of catch it as he sliced it away. Didn't carry.
Yeah, just bounces short of Kokwene at point. Probably not your natural point fielder. But that's just good bowling again. Just probing at a danger area. And just then over to the wicket, keeping his natural line and angle. almost got caught at point. They're really good bowling, and I like this change of angle from him coming over
Yeah,
the
I much
wicket
prefer him over the
to
wicket.
the left. It's very good. I see back here for Rapulana, there's 3 slips in the gully, and a conventional mid-wicket just going a bit squarer, and saying again, we're inviting you for the drive. We're going to look to shape it away. If you do miss, not to hit.
It's been a really good over from him. It's been a good spell from Ethan Bosch.
Yeah.
He's in his 5th over. He's got 0 for 9. There's 13 minutes to go to lunch. I suppose he might bowl right through to lunch, have a break, and carry on after lunch. It's asking a lot of a quick bowler, but it's a nice cool day here compared to yesterday in Durban. It's a better bowling day.
Yeah, that's actually a very tested one now. Does he push to lunch, give you 2 more overs? Does he take a break? And when it comes back this side, as they've got 3 out-and-out seamers.
Oh, he's fallen over in delivery, Ethan Bosch. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe 5 and then say thanks for coming, and then just give McQueen this end for a couple of overs before lunch, and then they can even pick their best options after lunch.
Yep. Because it's bowled beautifully. Figures of 5 for 9. He's been the most threatening bowler in the Dolphins' attack.
Yeah, I know he has.
He's been in the bat, bowled really aggressive lines and lengths, bowled with decent pace. As I say, this wicket, it's a wicket where if you bend your back, you get something out of it. If you see the Mayors, the guys who bowled the second change and third change for the Tuskers, they're not really bangers of the wicket. They're more keys to deck. That's where maybe this wicket then starts benefiting the batsman.
Better, yeah. So Barton will continue. Covers come into almost a catching position. He goes to no full. Starts with a wide one. We lost half an hour this morning between 20 to 10 and 10 past 10. The umpires went off a bad light for half an hour. So as you're wondering why the game hasn't progressed, Dolphins were effectively 33 for 3 this morning. Pavillon picking up all 3 innings with 6 for 44. He was quite outstanding. And then the Tuskers in 9 overs have got to 24. Relatively untroubled. They've had a few shocks, but they're still there. No full and Rapulana.
Very well bowled. With us losing at 30 minutes this morning, they're going to put it in the last session. So you will find that now in the last session, instead of finishing at 4:30, we're going to finish at 5.
Or 5:30 if you
Yes,
don't bowl
no.
your overs quick enough.
Yes.
Well, the chances of that in a Durban day with the cloud cover shares, you and I both know,
It's not going
that's
to happen.
remote. I appreciate the efforts to try and catch up those overs that were lost early doors, but the chances of there being play through to 5:30 is always slim, even on a clear day. And yesterday was a beautifully clear day, and we left the field at 10 to 5.
Oh, and with it being clouded this early,
Yeah,
I don't see us getting to 5:30 at all.
not at all. Yeah, no, this is probably a 4 o'clock at best.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just conjecture. The clouds could burn away, although it doesn't look likely. The light's still pretty good. I was actually surprised when the umpires went off at 20 to 10, but they took a reading yesterday afternoon, and they have to go by that reading. When they took one this morning, off they went. Slashing cut for 4. He's hit some sweet shots this morning, Malcolm Nofel, off the front foot to the offside, but they're backed on his back foot. It was lovely timing, sweet flow of the bat. Just a bit short and on the angle from Bartman. May convince him to go around the wicket. He may be, because of what he does with the ball, be better around the wicket to the left-hander, as I like Bosch over the wicket.
Yeah. It looks like he's setting up to come back around the wicket.
Yeah.
Yep, he is. I saw it coming that once he's comfortable and fine, he's going to try and come around the wicket. Probably, as we say, it suits him better. And just talking to the umpires earlier, when they did offer the light, they tried. There was a seaming light. They told to Elam to say, "Can you bowl your spinners?" And he said, "No, I'm happy with my seamers. If they can't bowl with this light, we'll go off."
Yeah, the chances of on a day like this when it's grey of wanting to bowl spin, unless it's It's a last resort today. The pitch is not really spin friendly. The conditions aren't spin friendly. It's seam up friendly. And the Dolphins, strangely enough, they've picked Gopalan, who's the spinner, rather than picking an extra seamer. I would have thought they might. Who is the other seaming option? I suppose Ramartian Pillay is possible.
And then Jason Smith.
A very reluctant bowler now, but yeah, you are right. Jason Smith can do the job. 4 off the over from Bartman, 28 for none from 10. A disciplined start by both sides. Is it going to be Bosch again? Yep, here he comes, cap off. So he'll probably only bowl one more before lunch. So yeah, he'll have a 6 over ration, which is more than within his compass.
Yeah, those bowlers these days, I think, with all the fitness that goes around, before bowlers were. The fitness era maybe wasn't as good at that time.
How often did you break down, though?
I did break down, but not a lot.
I was going to say, the number of injuries there are to fast bowlers in our cricket. Last year, there were 11 fast bowlers out of the game, and all of them will potentially have the possibility of playing for South Africa. I know they all can't, but
yes.
There were so many out with injury or operation. It was ridiculous. We ran through KG was injured for a while. Anrik Nokia seems to have been perennially injured. And Andre Berger had surgery. Lazard Williams has had surgery. Gerald Coetzee had surgery. Hey, Marco Janssen had a finger up. There was just so many of them broken down for various reasons. And it was a real head scratcher as to what is it in an era where players are rested a lot, but very conscious of it, that they get injured so much. I read a very interesting piece by Ian Botham, the great English all-rounder, and said, you have to be bowling fit. You bowl yourself into fitness as a bowler. It's not all about the gym. You've got to be flexible and you've got to bowl yourself into fitness. That is the best way, and I couldn't agree more. Edged and short of gully. The other one, of course, is Lungengidi was also, you can add to that list of bowlers that were injured.
For me, it's that. I think at that time we just bowled. We bowled.
Yes, a lot in the nets.
Yes, a lot in the nets. You bowled in the net, you bowled in the game. Now I think with technology coming in and science and sports science coming
bowling
in.
Loads is a phrase that's used a lot. Oh, you can't bowl more than 30 balls in the nets. I'm going, 30 balls, that's 5 overs. What's that?
I think, as you say there, is that with bowling loads, now you're not bowling enough. You need to be bowling enough. Your body needs to get used to bowling because it is so heavy on your body.
Yeah, the muscles that are used in the art of bowling need to be the ones that are strengthened.
Yes, because the gym work, yes, it's good.
Yeah.
The running is good
Yeah.
for longevity, but you need to be bowling fit because those muscles take strain. And if you're going to bowl 4 overs, take a rest, play a serious game here, rest for 3 months, well, those muscles are not conditioned for bowling.
100%.
That's where the issue is with this many injuries.
Helped on its way for 4. Long leg will come round, but I think the ball's going to win the race. He's just got a bit greedy there, has Bosch. I know it is leg bias, but in trying to bowl the perfect delivery, starting on middle and then shaping away and hitting the top of off, he's just on the angle, lost it a touch. Another boundary to the Tuskers, who'll be very pleased with their work. It was a troubling passage. There's probably 12 overs before lunch. The worst possible scenario would have been like 20 for 3.
Yep.
In conditions where it could have been 20 for 3.
Yep.
But they batted nicely. Had a few scares, but nothing too alarming. Nofels looked particularly solid, except for his last over against Bosch, where he got beaten twice. Rapalana's been challenged. That's nicely played. Good stride and just a push. Just the one. That's a good piece of fielding from Bartman.
It's very good, and I think with their discipline when it comes to batting and shot selections for the Tuskers, and you see now Bosch getting closer to lunch now, trying a few brave balls, trying a few hero balls, saying, let me start it straight and let me swing it off stump. They've actually ended as the Tuskers to say, we've been so good, now try your miracle balls to get us out, and now that's where they're
picking up a few runs, yeah.
It's been so good from the Tuskers. Challenging 45 minutes of batting, and they've been fantastic.
So Bosch, he's been outstanding. Bosch had a good day with his 80 with the bat. But that'll be his job done prior to lunch, but I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of him after the break. 33 for none after 11. As we say, a few scares for the Tuskers, but the openers are still there, most importantly. They've done a very good job.
Oh, they've been fantastic. Just Bosch worried Norfolk there, but besides that, they've been very good. Very tight, selective in shot selections, leaving well off stump. Very good batting. I think Ahmed Amla would be very pleased.
Wouldn't you? So here's Bartman. Ball the over that takes us to the interval. Goes to Rapalana.
Just pushed it there to point to the Martian. Just lost over before lunch. Could be nerve-wracking for a batsman to say, I've got these 6 balls. If I see these balls off, I'm coming back after lunch. So Bartman is trying to say, hey, I'm going to try and nick you off here. Let's see if I can't just try and balance the session for a bowling team and get a wicket here. Very well bowled from Bartman. Top of off.
It's not as lively from that end, though. There's certainly a lot more happening bowling from the Umgani end than it is from the Old Fort end.
Yeah. But that's usually the Kingsmead wicket. If you look at all the best bowlers that have come here, it's always this side, it's always this end. And if you look from the Friendship Pavilion end, it's always holding. There is a wicket there and there, but the attacking angle is this side here.
Driving for 4. It's a very good stroke.
Beautiful.
Staying positive, Rapalana, even though it's the lunch over. Psychologically, this is going to do wonders for the Tuskers.
Big time.
Knowing that they're going to get to the break, none down, taken away, run about 40 of what the Dolphins 400. They've been competitive in parts in the game. They were very good on the first morning. They fell away a bit. Again this morning, bowled beautifully through to Pavilion, 6 for 44. Now the openers have been impressive.
Very well played by Rapalana. Bartman trying to attack the stumps there, just trying to correct it. Outside half volley that was driven for 4, came back straight in, they're hitting middle stump, and very well negotiated by Rapalana.
I think what it also does to the dressing room, that they would all have been in the field and see how De Pavillon was hooping it around corners and gone, oh, this is going to be tough. The dressing room's all sitting here and going, gee whiz, Rapalana and Nofel have coped quite comfortably, and it gives a room confidence.
Yeah.
Edged 4. Just feeling for that one. No third man between second slip and gully. And another boundary off Bartman. Into the 40s, the Tuskers.
Very good strike rate. This ran at 3.5s in the first 11 overs. And in a very challenging session also of 45 minutes before lunch. I'll say they'll be very happy. There will be some taking though for the Dolphins bowlers of saying, yes, they've scored, but we also have created some half chances.
Yeah, I'm with you. Bosch has got past Nofel's bat regularly. There's already an edge. I know it wasn't catchable, it was all the way along the ground, but they've put a third slip in almost like after the horses bolted. But they'll feel that, yeah, they're creating enough chances that something will work for them just now. Scampered single, good running, good cricket. And with that, they'll run off to lunch. And it's been a good session, a good morning for the Tuskers. The Dolphins began on 367 for 7. And De Pavillon got 3 more wickets this morning to go to his 3 of yesterday to end up with 6 for 44 and bowl out the Dolphins for 400, for whom the principal contributors were Parsons, 183, and Bosch out this morning for 80. And then in reply to the Dolphins 400
Okay, Ethan, you've batted on it and bowled on it. You'll be a little bit frustrated, none down at lunch.
Yeah, I think there was a couple opportunities there, some close ones and a lot of play misses as well. So yeah, I think after lunch we just need to stick to that and stick to the processes. There were a lot of nicks behind square, which is good signs for us. So yeah, hopefully after lunch we can get into those areas again.
Just going back to the start of the day, seven down at that stage, you're in a good position. What was the team thinking then?
We were just trying to get to 100 overs and obviously try to get as many batting points as we could. So we tried to get to 400 and we obviously got there. Pity that we lost all our wickets until then. But yeah, all in all, I think it was a good batting performance from where we were at the beginning of yesterday.
That half an hour break for bad light came at a bad time for you, didn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was quite dark, so it's obviously really tough with the seamers and a new ball that's moving around, because obviously a pitch that is doing a little bit. So yeah, it was a little bit difficult, and you kind of lose your momentum in a way. But yeah, credit to them. They bowled really well. Darren bowled really well, especially with that new ball.
Talk about that a little bit, because he really did exploit the conditions. Not just today, but yesterday. He carried on bowling good spells, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, by far he was their best bowler, and he was the danger guy. You obviously looked at his figures. He was only going at 2, so he really did put the ball in the right area. So hopefully we can do that after lunch and try get as many sticks as we can today, especially with the light depending.
Good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, Andy.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph. Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uza nawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, that's out of here.
Oh, just like that.
This is thrilling.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy. Aussie cricket. Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It is the post-lunch session on day 2 of this CSA 4-day encounter between the Moothee Tuskers from Pietermaritzburg and the home side, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The Dolphins put into bat yesterday, finished day 1 in a very powerful position, 7 wickets down, but the second new ball accounted for the last 3 wickets for just 33 runs added this morning. So Dolphins all out for 400, and they had a good 45 to 50 minute session against the Tuskers opening pair, but didn't manage to pick up a wicket. So Malcolm Nofal, the left-hander, is 21 not out. Jonty Rapalana is 16 not out. 42 without loss. 12 overs have been bowled with the new ball, and coming back to bowl from the Umgani end is Ethan Bosch. Brett Proctor's alongside me. Do you think they would have been disappointed not to pick up a wicket?
Very much so. I think they created enough chances so they wouldn't have lost hope. When I say created chances, they beat the bat, they found the edge, didn't carry, that sort of thing. But yeah, they need to get early wickets here to get their ascendancy back in the game.
Starts with a bad ball that goes for 4. That's not what you want to do to start a session. Well played.
How often did we see that yesterday? That the Tuskers, the first ball after a break, whether it be a drinks break or interval, would bowl a full toss or a rank half track and it would go for a boundary or certainly go for runs. And the Dolphins are falling into that trap too. He's bowled really nicely before the break, did Bosch. I can't recall him actually going. Oh, he went for a boundary when he got bounced Rapalana and he got hooked for 4. But when he kept it up to the bat, he bowled beautifully, beat the outside edge and looked a threat.
Got 3 slips and a gully in place. That's much better line. Well played by Rapalana.
Going to make a sweeping statement, Andy. It's darker now than when they went off this morning at 9:40. The light meters have been left sensibly in the dressing room, I think. I think they would just want to play cricket now.
It is one of the anomalies of the game, isn't it? When both sides want to play, but the umpires say no.
We shoot our own game in the foot.
That's a good leave. I was talking with Shazy before lunch break about the importance of an opening pair in conditions like this, and one of the things that you have to be able to do is leave the ball.
And I think that's what the inexperienced upper order of the Dolphins yesterday, they were the complete opposite. As testing as the conditions were, they wanted to get bat on balls, and 11 for 3 tells the story. These two have batted like proper openers, even though Nolfal's a converted one.
So an edge past Gully's right hand for 4. He got quite a lot of bat on that. So he'll feel that he deserves the 4 runs, but Bosch will feel that he deserves the wicket. And that has brought the 50 up. Off 77 balls with 9 boundaries. They've hit the bad ball well.
Yeah, I think they've been very good. And I'd not say unexpectedly good, because why I'd use that word is because of the conditions. I mean, you couldn't wish for better conditions in which to bowl now. Fading light, swing, wind, cool. It really, new ball. It's ideal to be bowling seam up, and I think that's why the Dolphins still keeping 3 slips in a gully, because they still feel they can create a chance.
I like that line.
It was also the de Pavillon method, wide of the crease, angled in, and get it running away. He had it down to a T this morning, the de Pavillon. It's as good a spell as I've seen in domestic cricket for a long time. 6 for 44 and 21.5. Top bowling out of a score of 400.
And if you take him out of the equation, Viljoen, Meyer, Gilson and Erlang got a wicket apiece.
Viljoen probably deserved better than 1 for 70 in his ration, but you're right, de Pavillon was head and shoulders above everything.
That's good cricket.
Who's your choice of bowler to share with? Bartman, the experienced, or McQueen, the youthful?
Well, Bartman's just taking his sweater off, so I think the answer
is Bartman the experienced.
Is there? So my question, you were on air at the time. would you have given Bartman the new ball, or are you happy with him first change?
I would have given him the new ball. I think it was so important to strike early. I'm not saying McQueen bowled badly, but he bowled like a raw talent. The coach had told him where to go, he overpitched a bit, he got hit for fours. And I think that enables the pressure to be lifted off an opening pair that thought it was going to be a really challenging period. I'm not saying he was loose, he didn't bowl any really bad balls, but he got driven a few times unnecessarily from wide half volleys. Whereas I think if Bartman and Marsh had gone together and really made run scoring difficult because of their miserliness as well as their threat, I think it might have been a different kettle of fish. We'll soon know. Here's Bartman, round the wicket to no fall.
That's well taken by the keeper. That went a long way after it passed the batsman. It seemed to swing further in the air. We should just mention that that is not the wicketkeeper who began the game for Hollywoodbets Dolphins. That is Golomelo Piri, former pupil of St David's Marist, and now playing his cricket for Crusaders. He is in for Hanu Fulyun, who woke up this morning with no voice. And we will endeavour to find out what the doctor's report is there, but he's not well enough to keep wicket. So, Piri, for his sins, will have been coached by Dave Nosworthy, our old mate at St David's.
Cricket man through and through.
Absolutely. That's well played by No Foul. On top of the bounce nicely.
He's a shade nippier than he looks, I think, with Neil Bartman. I think he's a strongly built lad, but he's a skiddy bowler, but he doesn't rush in, he ambles in, but I think there's a lot of energy and delivery stride, and I think when you face him for the first time, and I'm not saying Nofal and Rapalana don't know him, but I think he hits the bat harder than you think.
You were talking yesterday about how there'd been a lot of runs around the country in the first 3 rounds of 4-day cricket, but not too many significant wicket takers. Well, your man Glinton Steele got another 4 for 43 yesterday.
Yeah.
He's been the standout.
Seam up, new ball bowler, far and away. I think his problem is always, 1, his fitness, and 2, staying fit. 2 different things. 1, I'm not sure I think if somebody gets in his head and said you've got to be able to know that you're bowling 25 overs in a day.
Ouch. Oh dear. That has hit him amidships. We saw this happen to Jason Smith yesterday with a similar reaction. So while Jonty gets his breath back and starts counting, I'll go through the overnight scores in the other games. So at Newlands Northwest, in a rain-affected match, 73 overs bowled, 259 for 5. St George's Park, the Warriors bowled out for 157, and that man Glenton Stearman 4 for 43. Leon Buerta 3 for 42. Holland in reply 129 for 2, with Gavin Kaplan 59 not out and Aviwe Mbijima 36 not out. After a couple of early wickets, Holland got themselves into a very powerful position at St George's Park. Let's see if they can kick on today. And then the game at Centurions, the Trans-Yuksgate Derby. The Titans batting first against the Lions, 330 for 8. Yurik van Skalkwijk, the young superstar, making 72, and Masako Golomelo making 63, Rivaldo Munsami 58. All of those matches you can find on YouTube. They don't all have commentary though. We must say thank you very much to Heinrich Stradum and the Dolphins for sponsoring commentary for the 4-day games, both last week and this week. And if you'd like to get involved and sponsor the commentary, it's not expensive. We're not expecting.
We'd like you to make it expensive.
And oysters. Then get hold of your local franchise, and they'll put you in touch with the good people at Pitch Vision, who are providing all of these visuals, and do an amazing job around the country.
On to your stats, Andy. we know South Africa and Pakistan. Sadly, we know they've lost the first test this morning, and there's got another test coming up. Then immediately go off to India. But I think a good thing that CSA have done is they're taking an A side to India, just so that if they need to supplement their first team squad, they've got an A squad there playing in those conditions, and they can bring them straight in. So there's an A tour that leaves in about 10 days' time to go to Bangalore for 2 tests and Rajkot and what have you for 1 day. So what is the makeup of that A side going to be? Is it just going to be a copy-paste of the side that played against New Zealand? Or is a Glenton Stuurman, because he's the leading wicket taker, or a Gavin Kaplan, because he's the leading run scorer, going to get rewarded with selection?
You and I have both been asking the question, when's it being announced?
But you're going to fly in 10 days' time. It should be probably this weekend latest, you'd think. Which makes me think that it might be people that have already been playing in the side, not necessarily people who are performing in the 4-day competition, which for me is a little bit sad. The aspirational, and say, well, let me play
my way into the team.
Yeah, what more do I have to do?
So after that protracted break, Jonty is back in one piece.
One of the age-old dictums in Australian cricket would be a club cricketer can play for Australia within 6 matches. He plays for his club side and makes 300s, gets picked for his state side, makes 300s, and he's in the Aussie side.
And knows he's being watched.
Yeah, fair enough.
By somebody with the power to do that.
Oh, flashing drive.
Safe. Just a little bit of width from Bartman. And Rapalana happy to go through with the shot. Just going back to what you've been talking about in Australia, wasn't it Peter Taylor who did that?
I'm not sure Peter Taylor wasn't a mistake.
Well, here's the story. Yes, you know the same story, that they actually wanted Mark Taylor right at the beginning of the left-hander's career. But they got Peter Taylor, who was an off-spinner.
And took 6 for 70 in his debut or something like that.
But I think I'm right in saying that exactly that happened. He played club cricket. Somebody had seen him and liked him, and then they put him in the stateside, and he got more wickets. And Bob's your uncle. He was playing for Australia.
Well, I think Nathan Lyon wasn't as quick as 6 matches, but he was a curator. He was on the ground staff at Adelaide. And he was a net bowler, became a club bowler, became a great bowler, and is now the best off spinner that's ever lived, just about.
Yeah, and something similar happened, of course, when our left-arm seamer Jansen got picked to play in the IPL because somebody in the Indian setup had faced him in a net.
Yeah, whilst our focus is always going to be on what's before us here, and credit to the Tuskers how well they've done, the A side is there as a stepping stone to the national side, and I don't think it should be lock, stock and barrel people that have identified as talent, and those who are performing outside haven't got the wherewithal to get in. So Glenton Stuurman has played for the South African senior side. He's been thought of as good enough to bowl. Admittedly, it was in that New Zealand tour where half the main side was playing Betway T20. But if Glenton Stuurman was good enough to take the new ball there, you're still saying, well, he's okay. And what did he have to do once he came back? Was probably get fit, stay fitter. And he's done everything asked of him in the first 3 rounds of 4-day cricket. Surely that's worthy. I know they're going to the subcontinent, but somebody's got to bowl with a new ball, and it might as well be him. Who's his competition of what we've seen during the course of this 3 rounds of 4-day cricket? Who has been? Nobody's been better than Glenton Stuurman. Seam up.
Correct. There are lots of people that you can look at their stats. You can see the way that they approach the game and say, well, maybe he deserves a chance. But purely on results, you're absolutely right. If you're going to ignore results, then we must all go home.
And the same goes for Gavin Kaplan. He's been a good player at Province, made the move through perhaps lack of opportunity and perhaps more security to Boland, played there, did well, not exponentially well, but has done well. Quality player, has started this year with a double 100, truckloads of runs, leading run scorer. Similarly, is that not worth reward? We'll soon know.
Yeah, we will. In the meantime, this is a good over from Ethan Bosch, and it's been very well played by Malcolm O'Farrell. Four balls in a row now where he's testing his man. It's swinging into the left-hander, and then he's got one to hold up and hold its line through outside the off stump. O'Farrell's standing up tall to play him.
This field is going to become really interesting now. I'm still a believer that Bosch, oh no, they're having a bit of a rethink. I was going to a 5 across to the onside, and the most likely mode of dismissal is look like he's in the angle, he's going to edge it to slip. So to take anyone in front of the wicket square away, I thought that may make Bosch change his line. I don't want him to do that.
If I'm the captain, I'm saying to Ethan, look, I'm sure you're annoyed because you're bowling at the middle of the bat, but that's where I want you to bowl, because eventually he's going to make a mistake and you're going to get a wicket that way. So end of the over, 55 without loss, 15 overs gone with the new ball. Rapalana on 28, O'Farrell on 22. O'Farrell was away quickly. Jonty has got into his stride subsequently.
One of the keys for me has been they haven't been ultra defensive. If the bad balls come, they've been happy to score, hence the 3.7 scoring rate. Yes, the Dolphins have had attacking fields because they can post them because they've got 400 on the board. But I've liked the way they've pounced on anything that's been remotely loose.
Rapalana's a good player. He's a good cricketer. He's called Jonty because of what he does in the field. Square on the offside in the main. I think that he's really found his game at the beginning of his 30s, which perhaps was elusive during his mid-20s.
I think what happens is you learn so much about yourself and your technical deficiencies. And in the longer version of the game, you probably don't have to have all the shots. If you've got a couple that you play really well and you've got a good mindset, you can adapt and be very prolific in this format. And you often only learn that when you've been playing for 5 or 6 years. And I think that's Rapalana's case.
It's a good battle at the moment. Two good seam bowlers in helpful conditions against two opening batters who are staring them down.
It is helpful conditions, and it's done a little bit, but it hasn't done as much as De Pavillon got it to do this morning. Different gravy there.
Unquestionable. And here's the other thing, Brett, because the Tuskers haven't been 11 for 3 like the Dolphins were. They can now look at really putting pressure on that score. Because if the openers can do it and see off the shine, there's no reason why what's quite a powerful middle order can't give it a real go. We're just hoping that the weather conditions don't preclude them from doing that.
Shot for 4.
Hit it on the up.
As soon as there's a bit of width, he's not afraid to free the arms and give it a whack. It's actually looking a bit worrying for the Dolphins in the sense that their frontline pair of Bartman and Bosch, well, not so much Bosch, but Bartman is actually looking pretty indifferent. They might have to go to McQuena, which is saying much about the balance of their attack. They haven't got another seam. Well, they've got Jason Smith, I suppose, and Promotion Pillar, both reluctant bowlers. So advantage is swinging the way of the Tuskers.
It's a good leave. Nice bounce through to the keeper, but immaculately played over by Jonty Rapalana. 59 without loss, 16 gone. And drift back as we do inevitably to last week's game against the DP World Lions, and the Dolphins batted first in that game, as they did in this one. They got 389 in that game on a different side of the square, and we said at the time that's average. It's not a great score. And the Lions went in, they put on 100 for the first wicket, and never looked back from there, scoring over 600.
Yeah, I'm still going to go, that pitch was devoid of any life. This one I still think's got something on offer.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I think that if you get in on it, you can play.
That's not to say that there isn't a delivery with your name on it somewhere in a later stage, because there's a bit of bounce and better carry. It's a much better pitch. But you're right, Andy. I mean, the Tuskers could also match the Dolphins with 45, the way they've constructed here. And you're saying, well, who is the likely Dolphins bowler to run through like a De Pavillon took a 6 for 44? I'm not. Bosch is your candidate, but I'm not seeing the penetration at the moment. Nice punch.
Should get 2 there, and they do. Yeah, here's the other thing, Brett, that in the Lions game they had the great Kesh Maharaj to turn to in mid-innings, and he bowled 49 overs. He didn't want to bowl 49 overs, but it was a long innings. In this game, you've got a debutant slow left armer, and if the new ball bowlers aren't going to do it, you start to worry a little bit.
Yeah, if you want to, I'm not got anything against Gopal and making a debut, but the makeup of the side, miscue by the keeper, the makeup of the side befuddled, because whether the coach, Quinton Friend, and the selectors have decided that Smith, Jason, and Ramoshan Pillay are now frontline seamers because they've got to do the fourth seaming role remains to be seen. Otherwise, you could have gone, well, we're going to pick a fourth seamer out and out, whoever that might be. I know they've had loose resting, Pele with a webbing, but they still have got options. And Parsons does your spinning role, because this isn't as much, or not that last week's was a spinning wicket, but the spinners needed to do work on a dry surface. You wouldn't actually want your spinners to be bowling as much in these conditions because it's grey overhead and green seaming.
Yeah, absolutely. And to go back to yesterday and today, if you took Darren De Pavillon out of the Tuskers attack, really wouldn't have had too much more. And they had effectively 4 seamers, but one of them, Ramakana, bowled less than 10 overs because he was cannon footed. And I wonder whether a Jason Smith is going to bowl here. I suppose if he is going to bowl, it'll be soon.
Needs must.
Good leave.
It is a good leave. There's shape there. I think the disappointing thing for the Dolphins now was the lack of carry there. That Puri took that round about shin height. I know it's 17 overs old, but you'd expect a ball not to have tarnished itself a great deal in this weather. I still think it's a pitch and conditions that, and the Dolphins will try to be telling themselves 1 brings 2. It could easily, a new man could get knocked over quite quickly.
I much prefer that line. It's swinging, so you're starting out middle and leg, and you're trying to hit the top of off. So 62 without loss.
But they are looking a little bit like help.
Yeah, I think in some respects you want your captain to be visible now and making decisions.
Even if he says, right, give me the ball.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a bit of a bowl. That might just get one, and it might start a little bit of a tumble. But it's been an absorbing day. A day when you thought ball would hold sway, and it looked like it with De Pavillon, and he was almost unplayable this morning. 3 for 5 in 6 overs he took. Here's Botman. But the Dolphins, as much as they've looked a threat. They haven't looked threatening continually. Pavilon looked like he could get a wicket any ball.
And they're just going to have to, I think, keep Bosch fresh because he looks like the cutting edge. He's bowled 9 overs already, whereas Bartman is into his 6th. McQuenna's only bowled 3. Maybe they'll give Bosch one more.
Out of an element of desperation, I think, Andy, because he's looked the likely one. Bartman hasn't impressed at all. He's bowled a lively pace, but he's been misdirected. He's given too much width to Rapalana. I don't think he's got. He might have got one past the bat of the right hander. He hasn't really troubled the left-hander.
Lofal played him well before lunch.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he's 5.5 overs for 23, so those aren't numbers of a change bowler.
Batter would feel a little bit frustrated there. He's hit one to mid on, one to mid off, and on another day, might have gone for 2 or 3 each.
The one difference in the Dolphins' makeup, and maybe it's not that graphic, but with De Pavilon and Fillion, you've got a bit of pace, so they can just every now and then remind you that you can't just rock on the front foot. We saw Bosch try and do that to Rapalana, and he got pulled comfortably, so they haven't really got that option. There's a steadiness about it without pace threat.
I think McQuenna, who's bowled 3 overs for 14 with the new ball, looks like he's got a bit of pace.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to handle him very carefully, making his first-class debut.
I wonder if he's ever bowled more than 10 overs in an innings before. Mostly school cricket is limited over. Under 19 cricket limited over. You don't get a young quick bowler coming into the first-class system having said, I bowled 25 overs in a day in my last game. That doesn't happen anymore.
Well played by Lofal.
And it's a better over from Bartman. He's on the money. Good length, good lines.
But I think from captaincy perspective, you want to get McQuenna back into the attack sooner rather than later. While the ball is still relatively new, and fast bowling is a young man's game.
I think this is a better end I'm getting in to bowl from. I think there's more bounce. So, as much as you encourage to bowl Bosch, as you say, 9, maybe McQuenna's got a bowl from this end now.
You can see Lofal trying to get on the front foot and start to dominate against Bartman. 62 without loss. Tuskers following the 400 all out of the Dolphins. Well, Bosch is going to bowl another one. He's taking his top and hat off. So it's half an hour after tea, after lunch, I should say. And no wickets have fallen. It's a really promising start for the Moothee Tuskers. Shazy has joined me. Shazy, you happy with the light and the conditions?
No, the light is fine. It is a bit gloomy, but I don't think it's something that will take us out. But if it does get darker than this, it will start maybe being a worrisome for the umpires. But for now, they look happy, I'm happy, and I always say if you can see some shade under the stands.
I can see the umpire has just taken his walkie-talkie out of his pocket and he's been talking to the third umpire, and I think he's been saying, please can you bring the light feeds down?
I pray not. I really, really pray not. I pray that's not the case. The Tuskers are doing very well here. Good ball from Bosch, well defended by Jonty Rapulana.
And you know, when the Dolphins came off this morning, and they were off for half an hour, I actually chatted to Ethan Bosch at lunchtime and said there was a bad time for you to have come off, because you were now looking expansive. You were starting to play some shots. Now you had to build again.
Yes.
When you came back after the light, the wickets fell quickly.
Yep. Usually that break also, just that break in momentum, break in mindset can actually affect the batsmen more than the bowlers. And as you said, that after that light, a few wickets fell and it was a change of inning. And it broke his rhythm. And it's definitely harder for batsmen with coming in, stopping, back in, resetting again. It does end up taking probably more from you than a bowler. So unlucky that it fell to the Dolphins, losing their 3 wickets very quickly. And Bosch was looking very good.
Yeah, he got 80 and would have had thoughts of a second first-class century, not to be.
Yep.
Got a good one from De Pavillon.
Yep.
That's a good leave from Rapalana. This might be the last over for a while for Ethan Bosch. On either side of the lunch break, and he's been the most hostile of Dolphins bowlers.
Yeah, he's looked very good. He's in his 10th over already, which is a big effort from him. Lunch did help him just to rest a bit, but I'm sure the Tuskers will be happy to see him just rest and also not taking a wicket. He has looked very tough to face, but they've kept him quiet in terms of a wicket taking, which is very good from the Tuskers.
Wide 4. Rapalana has been waiting for that, and a little bit of a tired delivery from Bosch. And that takes them to 66 without loss. Rapalana does hit the bad ball well.
Yeah, he threw the old kitchen sink at it there, and it was nice half volley, attempted in swinger maybe with the one he just left, maybe cause he's getting into his spell, he's trying to bowl those expensive balls, and unlucky there, Rapalana just got him away beautifully for 4 through the covers.
Swim chatting to his coach Henry Davids there, he's just walking around. I suspect along the lines of get the water hot, I'm coming off for a shower. Now he's turned him round there.
Yep.
Late swing, well bowled. But as I say, that might be the last of Bosch for a little while. He's quite weary. 66 without loss, the Tuskers. Chasing 400.
Yeah. They're also going at a very nice rate there, and
They're
at
getting enough
3.5.
bad balls, aren't they?
Yeah, that's very good from them. 3.5 with this type of bowling attack in this weather, without a wicket falling. Really, the Tuskers must be very happy, and their coach Ahmed Amla very happy in the change room with Michael Elam.
Kaplan's got another 100.
News from the Woolen game is that Gavin Kaplan has got another 100. He's the highest scorer in first-class cricket this year in South Africa, including a double century. That's the game being played at St George's Park, where yesterday the home side, the Warriors, were bowled out for 157. And in reply, Woolen had now gone past them with lots of wickets in hand.
Yeah, Kaplan has looked very good this season. He's anything that the bowler has missed, he's capitalized and scoring big runs. With the SAA tour coming up to India, he's just putting his name there saying, I'm in form, I can score big runs. If there's a gap, put me in.
Brett and I were talking about just that in the first half hour after the lunch break, and talking specifically about that A tour and how they're leaving it very late to announce the names. And are they going to respond to what has happened in the first 3 rounds of the 4-day competition? Because if they're not, then there's something wrong in the system.
Yep, that's true. To see this ball, back of the length, good cut, stop by point, then Copolitan point. That's a very good point. They did have a very good tour of the West Indies, the SAA. Some guys did perform well. Ackerman, captain of the Dolphins, did well. But as you say, there's been a few guys who didn't go there and who've put up their hand and scored big runs. So now, are we going to pick them? There's some bowlers who did well. Are we going to pick them? So it's going to be very interesting, and I'm sure they're talking to the unions to say, hey, we are looking at these guys. Are you guys happy? Because there must be a talk. And it's going to test our system, because now I think we're going to miss Proteas players gone. SAA players are gone. Now we need to find depth in all teams and see how good we are. So it's a very good test for the unions and also for our cricket in South Africa in general.
Hollywoodbets Dolphins have given a debut to two 20-year-olds today.
Yep.
Or yesterday at the start of the game. And you're going to see more of that.
Yeah.
And remember that the Tuskers due in first drop is the current captain of the SA Under-19s, Mohammed Bulbulia.
Yep.
He is from Rustenburg, but has thrown in his lot with the Tuskers, looking to play first-class cricket and first-team cricket at a very young age, and feeling that he'd get a good chance at the Tuskers.
I think that's a very good move from Tuskers and himself. Very well ball there. Typical Botman. Top of off, back of an end, attacking the stumps. Very good over there from Botman. I see there 66 after 20 at 3.3. That's a very good 20 overs from the Tuskers compared to the Dolphins yesterday. After 20 overs, I think they were 3 down already.
Well, they were 11-3, and it took them a long time to rebuild from that.
Yep.
They did so well. Jason Smith came in and played powerfully in that half-century knock, and then, of course, Bryce Parsons batted through the day for 183, got out to the second new ball right at the end. Now, we do have a change.
It's Jason Smith.
Jason Smith is going to bring himself onto bowl.
He hasn't bowled a lot, so I'm very interested to see what he's going to bowl. He's a beautiful seamer, beautiful outshapers with the new ball, but he's not a front-line bowler. He hasn't bowled himself a lot in the past games and past seasons. So it's very interesting to see. I see that they're keeping 2 slips in the gully and a short cover there just in case, because he's a bit slower, ball bounces a bit, might be caught at short cover. So it will be very interesting to see what type of plans he bowls and if he keeps these guys quiet.
Well, this is a very important role that he's taking on here, because the Tuskers have got away to a really good start.
Yeah.
And they need to find a wicket, buy a wicket, do whatever you can, because otherwise Tuskers are going to go from strength to strength. And the ball should move consistently for Jason Smith in these conditions. We've seen it swing for Bosch at a much healthier pace, of course. But Jason Smith is going to have to bowl properly in this role. He can't just run up as he would in a one-day game and bowl slower balls and half trackers and all of that sort of thing. This is classic English conditions. It doesn't really matter what pace you're bowling at.
Yeah.
It's about where you bowl.
Yeah, beautiful. Very well put there, Andy.
Yeah. Bowl there for the next half an hour.
Yep.
And you've done a job.
Yep. Just there on the length, trying to shape it away, as I've said. Taking off stump, you will always bring it forward. And as you say, let's see in these beautiful, typical bowling conditions, if he can put it there enough, see a batsman make a mistake, he might just get 1 or 2 here in this spell for his team.
Just looks as if it's brightening up a little bit.
Yeah.
Happy to say.
Just gentle away swingers there, probing a batsman. He's probably a bowler that you don't want to lose too much concentration on saying, I've seen Bosch off, now I've got Smith, let me relax a bit, next thing you nick off. Of course, he's not quick, he's not going to worry you with pace, nor does he boom swing it a lot, but he tends just to put it in that area saying, you come to me, let's see what you've got. But I would say Rapalana and Norfolk have been good so far, very good.
I should just say, he really is putting some pressure on himself to bowl a line, because he's bowling to a 7-2.
Yep.
He's got a mid-on who is the only man in Durban on the onside. And then you have to look all the way down at Castle Corner for a man at long leg.
Yeah. Yeah, he's backing himself, he's backing his line, outside off, nothing straight. And the first four balls have been good so far. He's balled to his bat through there and he just test yourself over and over on the length. Let's see what happens after 12 balls.
Ooh, there's that big gap. That'll be at least 2.
Attempted in swing there. As we were just saying, that can you keep it outside off? It was a good ball, but attempted in swing there, testing the balance of the batsman. End of the over there. They're 68 for no wicket loss.
Jason Smith just looked a bit annoyed at himself there. He knows. He knows
Yep.
he's got too straight there. As you mentioned, he doesn't want to be too straight. And there's such an enormous amount of real estate to cover on the onside that any bat on ball is runs.
Yep.
Now, we're not going to get a double change. Bartman's going to bowl another one. And I think that might be him done, unless he gets a wicket. And we'll see McQuena coming back from the old Fort End.
Very well bowled. Top of off. That's typical Bartman for you. Top of off, attacking the stumps all day long, testing your defense. If you miss it, I hit. So, and very well played by Norfolk. I will say I've been very impressed by Norfolk, by the way.
He's moved his feet well.
Everything that's loose from both of them, they've put it away.
Just like that. That's 4. Through extra cover. Didn't get all of it, but got enough.
That is his strength. Because he's tall, steps forward, good feet movement, anything slightly full, he's going to put you away. And if the ball is about 20 overs old, it's getting old, there's no more shaping a bit, he's going to put you away. I spoke to Bartman at lunch, and he said from the Friendship Pavilion, he's not getting enough assistance. There's not enough swing, not even nip. He says from this end and this side, he feels that there's a bit of swing and there's a bit of nip. So he said he's just going to try and hold it and hold the end there. And so far, Norfolk just has the top of him there.
Norfolk on 28 now. He was out of the blocks quicker than Rapalana, but Rapalana has hit some good shots since lunch.
Yep.
He's also seen, I think, more than his fair share of the strike.
Yeah.
So still a relatively attacking field in the 22nd over with the new ball.
Yep.
2 slips in a gully. Now 5 men saving 1, plus a long leg.
I think the big key today will be, are we going to see 5:30 in this weather? Are we going to get a full day's cricket in this weather? Because the Durban weather, if it starts off like this, it usually doesn't clear up. Like if you look at the Highfield areas, it might rain or there's a thunderstorm, but it opens up for the next 2-3 hours. Where in Durban, if it starts like this, you might be lucky if you play anything after tea.
Yeah, the forecast is rain around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. But weather forecasting is a very, what's the right word here?
Guesswork.
Guesswork, there you go. my father always used to swear by the piece of seaweed outside the door. He said, if I opened it up and the seaweed was wet in the morning, I knew it had rained in the night. It's well taken by Piri. A little bit of bounce there.
Yep.
72 without loss.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a spin now also, just to see if there's some turn, especially from the Friendship pavilion end, just to see if there's some there's some spin. I wonder if we'll see Parsons maybe, or Kopalan.
So Kopalan, you would assume, making his first-class debut in this game, would be the first choice spinner.
Yep. I see Titola warming up, but I'm not sure if Titola is going to have a ball anytime soon this season.
He bowled a little bit against the Lions, bowled a little bit of off-spin, about 5 overs, I seem to recall. But he didn't look like Muralitharan. Jason Smith will continue. He's got a short extra, 2 slips and a gully. Yeah, that's well done.
Very well bowled.
Bouncing it enough to get it up onto the splice.
Yep. I've always been a fan of a Jason Smith. Very good with the bat, and I think he can give you something with the ball too. He can be a proper all-rounder in the coming years for Proteas, if he just maybe takes his bowling a touch more serious.
I was there for the toss yesterday, and he's bulked up since I saw him last.
Sure.
He's obviously been spending time in the gym.
Yeah.
Too short this time. Oh, dropped! 2 hands on that, in the covers, and it's gone down. That's the big chance, and it's gone begging.
That is the half chance they've been waiting for.
It's Pillay in the covers, I think, he's put it down.
Yep. Tough catch, but that is a half chance we've been speaking about, that just the Dolphins are waiting for. Yes, a bit short, but straight to cover. That's the half chance. Chance got begging. Unlucky there. To be very honest, it was a tough chance to the left, and I'm sure Smith didn't look like he was the happiest person in the world right there.
It's funny how the bad ball gets wickets.
Yep. I see he's coming around the wicket here for Norfolk.
Taking out a second slip, putting him in front.
Yeah. He's going to try and bowl wicket to wicket here. Oh, bowled. Looks like he's trying to shape it in there a bit. Coming from around the wicket, allowing the angle to take the ball. I think that's his area there. And that with that half chance created, that's what he's hoping for. Because he's not going to blast him out with the pace. He's just waiting for the patience of the batsman to run out and take the other half chance.
A few Dolphins players on the field who've seen this movie before, playing against the Lions last week. Didn't strike with the new ball. It was a long day and a half for them as the Lions piled up 600.
And I see their coaches having a proper walk around the field there, H.E. Davids, trying to get some extra mileage on the legs. Hopefully his rounds come with 2 or 3 wickets.
There's more coaching staff at the far end in front of the side screen. So there's a few messages being delivered to the players on the field. It's a good line to the left-hander.
Beautiful line. As we said earlier, this is a line that tests your technique, tests your patience. Because one mistake, as we saw earlier, although it was put down, one mistake, because it's not coming on as the others, you will get caught in the covers.
An interesting position at square leg, deep backward square. Is about 15 to 20 metres off the rope. I can't believe he's going to bowl him a bouncer, but I suppose anything's possible. That's the end of the over. 73 without loss. So they trail by 327.
There you see Mokoena is coming back on, taking over from Batman as we called it. He is more quicker than Smith, but now is he going to be now challenging the line and the length? Because once the ball gets old, it doesn't move a lot. Now in 4-day cricket, you don't have sweepers. This is when you need to be patient, challenging the off stump, bowling the good line and the good length consistently. Now, on his debut, that's what the captain is going to be asking.
I'm not sure I would. I'd be saying to a 20-year-old quick bowler, tie the dog loose. Give me 4 overs of everything you've got.
Yeah.
And let's try and blast somebody out.
Yeah.
Because these two have batted with great technique now. Bowl them something that's going to wake them up. That's well fielded by Slafe and Starden in
Very
the
good
gully.
hand.
Come back for 2.
Let's have a couple of runs there. You know, I like your thought there on that. Just young man, don't think too much. Give me your best 4 overs. I'll protect you where you need a protection.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let's see if we can blast a few here.
Now he's put 2 men back on the onside as we talk about that. He's got a square leg 10 metres in from the boundary, and he's got a long leg 20 metres in from the boundary. So they're there for the top edge or the one that hurries him.
And it is a big boundary that side, and we know that Rapulana's strength is pulling, and he usually pulls up. So in a big boundary like that, for you to clear it every time, it's going to be a challenge. So I like that field, and he's quick enough to do rush him with the bouncer. So I'm sure in this spell we'll see 1 or 2 or 3 bounces just thrown to Rapulana to just have a go.
There's that bounce, forcing Rapulana onto the back foot, getting tall. Played it well.
Yep.
But I like this from the young man. And yeah, I don't think we'll be having to wait too long for the bouncer. We've got a mid-on, who is Ethan Bosch, and then those 2 men catching just off the boundary.
And he's charging in. I love how he's charging in and just free. Yeah. That is an attempted bounce right there, back of a length. But Rapulana has played it very well. Well, we went back, blocked it straight down the wicket. This is going to be a very good challenge, this one.
These two are doing a great job for the Moothee Tuskers. They've seen off the new ball, 24 overs old now. Really set the tone of the innings.
They've done very well.
They're going to rush through for a leg by there.
Very good seeing of that. It looks like it has missed the thigh guard there. And it has hit him right on the hip bone, Rapulana. Very good quick single. It will sting. And I'm very happy for Norfolk to see him getting the runs. I know that he's on 28 for now, but last season, I think half of the season he was out injured. So that can take a sting out of you as a sportsman and as a batsman.
Because of those injuries, he had the worst job in the world. He had to commentate with me.
I think that's the best job in the world. But he's looking good, he's looking set. I'm very happy for him. He's come back very well.
Now, I'm happy with that over. I think it's a way better over than he bowled with the new ball.
Yep.
Bent his back and asked a few questions. 76 without loss. And a little bit of control for the Dolphins in the field, with Smith bowling a good line, good steady line. Means that McQuenna can run in and really try and thrash some life out of this pitch.
Let's see if Jason can carry on here. I see he's put point back and he's moved long leg to deep square. Let's see if he's going to ask good questions here to Rapulana.
he hasn't really got the pace, the ball is going to fly off an edge down to third man or long leg. So he's got them square.
Yep. Very steady bowler. As we said, in this 5 overs, if he goes for under 2 and over, under the run a ball of 3s, 2s, keep it steady, buys the other seamers time to rest, he would have done his job. Just outside off, looking to shape it, doesn't carry it to the keeper. But as we've said, that his job is just to hold the length, hold the line, bowl 5 or 6 overs, give the strike bowlers a chance to rest. Bosch has bowled 10 overs already, Hartman has bowled 8, and just give them time to rest. And if a chance comes up, so be it, we take it. So I'm very happy with this bowling right now.
Nice technique again from Jonesy. Bat and pack close together. You a hockey man, Chase?
I enjoy hockey, but I think I've watched one game in my life live. No, I think I watched the Olympics also.
Well, I'm just going to throw this out there. Both the women's and the men's South African teams are in Ismailia at the moment in Egypt, playing in AFCON hockey. And tonight, Juanita Box is going to win her 200th cap for South Africa. So very well done to Juanita. Great player for the ladies for many years. Real athlete.
To play for 200 games.
I think I'm right in saying that your brother played for Bafana. So let's never mind the hockey. What about Bafana going to the USA?
I was just about to say that Bafana last night winning 3-0. That is a huge game to win against Rwanda. And we were deducted 3 points, and for us to be able to come back, draw against Zimbabwe, be a bit sad, play a better team and win 3-0, that is fantastic.
I like the method in which they did it though. They scored 3. I reckon they could have scored 7 or 8.
Sure.
They made enough chances.
Yeah.
And they really made Rwanda look an ordinary side.
That was fantastic. Because Rwandans are big, they're strong, they're fast. So you can't battle them in terms of physical strength. But our ball position, our skill, how fast we are off the ball, I think we were brilliant last night. And we're going to the World Cup for the first time since 2002, where we qualified. So
yeah, because in 2010 here, they didn't need to qualify.
Yeah.
We 2002, I'm editing a book actually at the moment, the biography of Benny McCarthy.
Yeah.
It's being written by Mark Gleeson, our #1 soccer commentator and an all-round good guy. And Benny McCarthy scored the first goal for South Africa in that 2002 World Cup. So he'll always be able to carry that through the rest of his life. Just as Shabalala will always be remembered for the opening goal of the 2010 World Cup.
Yeah. I think those boots and the ball, I think they're in a museum somewhere.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It shows you how great of an achievement that was for the country, for the team, and to score that beautiful goal against Mexico. That time,
wasn't it a beautiful goal? Oh. McQuena continues, a little nick onto the inside edge there as Rapalana's looking for those big spaces in front of square on the onside. Nearly got himself into trouble. That's what pace can do.
Yeah. And one thing that I'm seeing with the Dolphins, as I'm looking at the juniors, at their pipeline, I see their 12th man who played last week. He's here. He also comes from Durban. So I'm really happy about their pipeline. They've got 3 guys playing here right now, with the keeper in as a substitute. Good bouncer there.
Like that.
And now you've got a Samal Pillay who made his debut last week. You've got 3 more guys playing. That shows the healthiness of the system at the Dolphins. So I'm proud of them to say that. It's very good.
I think it also tells you a lot about the school system.
Yeah.
And how much talent there is coming through. Brett Proctor and I, Brett will be in at the end of this. We did the Clifton T20 last year.
Yes.
My word, we saw some talent.
John T, they're trying to force the off drive straight to mid-off, the captain.
Just to expand on that, one young man that I'm very excited about who's in his matric here is Seth Simpson.
Yeah.
And Seth's elder brother Blake is going to the Hong Kong Sixers with South Africa quite soon. And, on the back of a couple of performances here at Kingsmead in the pre-season T10 challenge. Oh, he's beaten him now. That's beautiful bowling. He's done him for pace.
Yeah. As you said, let the young guy loose. It is his debut. And he's got some wheels. He's got some pace with him, good rhythm. I really like the prospect.
I'll tell you what I don't like. Straight after that ball, umpire Weingart looked to Babs at square leg meaningfully, as if to say, oh, he's beaten the bat, it must be done.
No, I pray that's not it. I pray. I think maybe he was showing them the 2 balls left in this over. Scribbling there, single. Ooh.
That's a good run. Oh, it's going to be 5. Oh, that's a real bonus for the Tuskers. Slade van Staden was the man backing up and he just couldn't get there. It was worth a shy, to be fair. It was a short run.
Yep. I think Slade was just picking up his hand there and apologizing. He's seen that was his mistake. He should have stopped that, especially at this level of cricket. And it just takes away the good work that the bowlers have done. Because the run rate, it had gone down to 3s at one stage. And now you're going to start forcing a bit of shots and just boundaries, just released a bit of pressure.
It's a lovely bonus for the batter. He's now gone up to 48. That's well played by No Fall off his hip. That'll be the end of the over. 83 without loss. We'll have a change in the commentary box now, and I shall step out. Brett will come in.
Should be drinks, shouldn't it?
Yeah, there'll be drinks after this over. Drinks is coming. Drinks is coming after this over, and we see Jason Smith there carrying on. And he's done a very steady job. And I see he's talking to Parsons. Looks like they want to change the field.
I've been a bit surprised he's been bowling with a 7-2 field. Put your hat on as a bowler and have to bowl to a 7-2 field. I know it's different as a left armer because you're drifting it and you want to have another one across. But I always feel when a 7-2, perhaps even Glenn McGrath couldn't bowl to a 7-2 field because it always means you just don't want to get too straight.
Yeah.
Now he's changed it a bit left-handed. He's got 6. He's only got a slip in a gully. As the Dolphins have definitely gone into a defensive mode now. They did have a chance, the half chance put down at cover by Pele, one you'd expect to catch.
Yeah. And as you are saying, 6-3 Brett, if that guy didn't come over, that was an easy 1 or 2 runs.
100%.
Pressure now carry on getting leaked. So by having that extra guy, Gopal at mid-wicket, he stopped now that single, that easy single. Now it says, find another area to score. Let's see if we can create another half chance.
He's done a job. His job is a holding job, Smith. He's into his 4th over. He's gone for 4, so he's doing what the backup seamer needs to do, just stop the game. And as you say, maybe in that there just becomes a little bit of restlessness about the batters and they play a loose stroke, trying to find a way to score.
As you saw there with John T, trying to force a cut shot.
Yes.
Hit it on the up. Ball is not coming as true as Mokwena's ball or Batman's ball. So maybe just got in there too early. Unfortunately dropped at cover.
Driving and through for 4. A little bit of width, slightly erring in length. He's pounced on anything that's been full and wide to drive as no full. And this Tuskers opening pair is looking very, very good indeed.
You're just starting to see a few of the heads drop there at the Dolphins.
Yeah.
It's a healthy run rate, 87 without loss in the 26th over. Every over brings a boundary.
Even though it's a seamers day, Shares, because the seamers haven't done anything in terms of penetration, I wouldn't be scared just to bowl a couple of overs of slows. Super shot, over pitched again, nicely floated up and driven easily, and into the 90s now go the Tuskers. That's what I'm saying. Just to change the pace. It's not necessarily that a protracted spell for spin, but you might just bring him on over a 2, makes a breakthrough, then you go back to your front liners again.
Yep.
They certainly need a breakthrough.
Just to change, as you're saying, just to change things up. Bring a slow one, might work, might grip, might hold on the wicket. Just to change the rhythm of the game, because it's been seam and relatively well batting from the Tuskers so far.
Very good cricket, yeah. The Dolphins look a little bit idealist. How are they going to work their wicket? It's almost as if they're going, we're relying on either the Tuskers players to give their wicket away. Scampered single, chance if it hit. Oh, he didn't pick it up cleanly. So the Dolphins' out cricket hasn't been that good. Even in a score of 400, the Tuskers were really good on the ground. All their fielding was very good indeed.
If he picks that one up clean,
yeah,
there's a chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I also think this left-hand, right-hand combination of the batting is always leaking around there and there, because the bowler changes the angle, changes the line, and that also does affect you as a bowler.
Oh, that's very close to the top of off. That one held its line. In fact, it nipped back a touch. Unlucky for Jason Smith. This partnership continues. 92 for the first wicket between Rapulana and Nofel, and it's been excellent batting in trying conditions. There was certainly something on offer, particularly for Ethan Bosch. He bowled well. Mokoena has probably bowled a better second spell than his opening spell. But Bartman wasn't at his best at all. And the Dolphins haven't really found someone they can hang their hat on to try and break this partnership. By contrast, Rapulana and Nofel, as Shares has said, the left-right hand has been a bit of an interruption for Dolphins bowlers, but at this level you should be able to cope. But it's the length you've got to bowl. Nofel very good coming forward, and Rapulana very good going back, so you've got to make sure you bowl the altered length to each of the respective batters. Nofel on strike, he's 38, Rapulana's 48, 100 partnership in sight, and milestones for both batters.
Well, it's been a very good morning all round for the Tuskers, taking 83 wickets in the day, and then now showing it with the bat on a wicket that seemed like it had something for bowlers. Very well defended there by Nofel. Good line from Mokoena, good energies from him.
It's a big spell for the youngster.
Yep.
He's got to make an impression, make a breakthrough.
Yep.
He's been picked for a reason, not just potential. The Dolphins hierarchy believed he could be one that could pick up wickets for them. You know, it hasn't happened as yet. He's 5 overs for 23. Unlucky to have the overthrows off his own bowling in the last over, but he's got purpose about him.
Very well bowled, back of a length. I also like that the captain has just given him a deep point and said attack. Make something happen of this spell. Don't just hold the line. Smith is going to do that. He's going to do the holding. Your job is to get a breakthrough for us. Here's a ball. Here's a deep point. Go and attack. We've got 2 steps, got a gully. If something happens, I will catch him out. And so far, the Dolphins have created one full chance, to be fair, which was Smith dropped at cover.
I thought he'd edged it, but that moved away a long way. Driving it, a lot of movement off the surface and on the angle. That was a good piece of bowling from Mokoena.
Very good ball from Mokoena. So a fully fleshed drive from Nofel. He hasn't done many mistakes this morning, and maybe just a bit of anger shot there coming from him. But we see Rapulana again going to him, having a chat to him, saying, hey, come on, we've got a game plan here, be tight, we've done well, and let's carry on. Very good partnership there from them. Similar ball, this time.
Just a bit wider. Yeah. So he was always aware that he was going to want to leave it.
Let's just leave it. Very happy with the Mokoena. Angling it across, staying over the wicket. The ball.
Funny enough, Nofel has looked more susceptible to the edge when the right arm has been over the wicket. We saw Bosch beat him a couple of times than when he's round the wicket.
Yep. Very low ball from Mokoena. Just a probing line outside off angle, taking it across. I know Norfolk's favourite shot is a drive. He's played it very well this morning, but it's also where he's played it missed a lot.
The thing about Mokoena now is there's some of his captains at mid-on, and I hope he's in his ear just saying be patient.
Yeah.
You've bowled a very good over. You're building it up nicely. Don't let the batter get away with a freebie now by trying something untoward. Good pace, you've got good lines, and there's still something in the surface. Onto the pads, perhaps a little too straight. No real damage done. Just a single.
Ball almost going for overthrows again, just bouncing off the surface there. I think that's the last thing he will want again. Ball just bouncing up, but the keeper there, Peary, jumped up and leaped up and caught it with one hand.
I'm just wondering whether because they lost play this morning, they've extended the morning session, this midday session. Instead of being a 2-hour session, they push it for an hour to an hour and a half. Because we should have had drinks in a conventional session 10 minutes ago, and that hasn't been the case. So I've got a feeling maybe we are actually having a protracted session.
So what usually happens is that if you've lost the 30 minutes on the first session, you try to make it up as quickly as possible, which is your second session. So you add the extra 30 minutes, it can't be more than that. And then your last session also, you just carry on with the 30 minutes also, just adding it from 4:30 session time to 5 o'clock.
So we do have a change. Smith bowled 4 overs for 13. He was 3 overs for 4. He went for 9 in his last over. So we are having our first look at the debutant, Gopal, and the left-arm spinner.
I wonder if there's going to be some turn for him.
We saw Gilson turn it a little bit yesterday, but bowling from the other end. He's got a very, very defensive field to start with. Yes, he has a slip, but he's got a deep square out, long on out, and a backward point out. Here he goes. Very short approach.
He's always been a quicker spinner. He bowls quick in the air. That's always one thing I've seen from him. Nice and slow. Because of the one-day white ball formats that he's bowled in school cricket and Colts cricket academy week, usually he bowls a bit flatter, but I just hope here in this 4-day games, he just bowls a touch slower and allows the ball to turn.
What he has started with is a good line and good control. I think that's what his captain wants from him at the moment, is just control. Just if you get one to turn and you can mix up your pace, so be it. But get into your spell and control. There was a bit of turn.
I'm very happy with these 4 balls from him, just to calm the nerves down.
Yeah.
He hasn't gone for anything extraordinary, and as you're saying, it's just controlled. Bowled a beautiful line, beautiful length, maybe I will turn. Yeah, just on the stumps, they flicked straight to middle wicket.
His length's been very good. Drawing Nofel forward. He had the one delivery where he caught the batter in between. There, that's good stuff. He is a bit quick through the air, as you say, but that's fine. Starts with the maiden, that's really good work. And here we do have drinks. So midway through the second day, and it's a day that's belonged to the Tuskers. Dolphins began 367 for 7. De Pavillon picked up an extra 3 to get 6 for 44 and bowled the Dolphins out for 400. And since then, Nofel and Rapalana have progressed serenely to 93 without loss after 29 overs at drinks. So drinks, thing of the past on this grey day here in Durban. Hollywoodbets Kingsmead is the venue. Hollywoodbets Dolphins up against the Moothee Tuskers. The Tuskers have given more than a fist of it. They are 93 without loss, trailing by 307. Dolphins made 400 in the first innings. First ball after drinks. Here's McQueen to Rapalana. Rapalana in sight of a milestone. He's 48 not out. And he'd be good value for a 50 because he's played really well.
And just to look at the matches on other venues, Northwest Dragons scored 284 and Western Province have replied with 92 without a wicket lost. Titans went up to 368 and the Lions have responded with 97 for 1. And the Rocks are 243 for 4.
Cut away over third man, and that'll be a half century for Jonty Rapalana. Sorry to interrupt you there, Shares, but too short and wide from McQueen. Lost his lines, it was easy pickings. Rapalana loves to cut, and he didn't try and keep it down. It was a one bounce four over backward point. And an excellent 50 for Jonty Rapalana.
Oh, he's batted very well. Beautiful partnership of 97. 50 from Rapalana. Very good. He gave them a half chance that cover, but besides that, he's looked fantastically good this morning.
87 balls for that 50 with 9 fours in it, and as you say, on 39 he gave a chance. But now the job is half done. Certainly wants a 3-figure score here.
Who is asking?
Carry on with your scores.
No, it was the last one. The Warriors at home opened up with 157, and the Rocks have done very well with the response of 244 for 4, with a very good 100 from Kaplan.
On the back of a double 100 against the Titans earlier in the season, so he's in a rich vein of form as Gavin Kaplan, leading run scorer in the competition.
Good bouncer there. Just a response there from that uppercut that took Jonty to a 250. I think Mukwene is slightly a bit end from that shot there. And I was really impressed by Van Skalvik from the Titans, the young under-19 boy.
Yeah.
He made a 72 against the Lions. He looked very well, I must say.
Yeah, he's a lot spoken of, your Van Skalvik. Now, there's talent around. It's just nurturing that talent. And we saw Connor Easthuizen make a double 100 last week. He's been in the game for a while now, but he's still a young man. But just the maturity with which he played and getting a double 100. He could pitch, admittedly, but he was outstanding on the back of a big 170 against Province earlier. So we were talking about the A side earlier. Would Connor Easthuizen be thought of as the wicket-keeper batsman?
Yeah.
Selectors have got a bit of a challenge. They've got to announce that side soon. The team leaves in 10 days for India.
Yeah. Also Herman
yes.
from the Dragons getting a beautiful 143. He's also in good form.
Too wide, just forcing it there. Dolphins seemingly with problems. Where can they find a wicket? And there's not a lot of noise, and it's starting to look at, just look at young McQueen take his cap and slap it on his head. He looks a little bit hangdog, and he's going to realise in this format, wickets are not a right. You have to work for them. He's 7 overs for 28, and he's probably seldom in his school career or in his under-19 career had figures where he's wicketless after 7 overs, but he is such a talent.
Yeah, they don't have to bring it.
Gopalin will now continue.
Gopalin started very well in his first over. Back to no fall again. Let's see if he carries on with that good length and just hope for some spin.
Good footwork. That's clever batting. Now you see, there's the experience, knowing the youngster's just going to try and land it in the right area. Down the wicket comes no fall. Hammers it wide and handsome over long off. A lovely piece of batting.
Beautiful use of the feet. Got to the pitch of the delivery.
Brings up the 100. 100 partnership between these two.
After 30 overs. Beautiful. They've been really impressive today, I must say, with no fall on 43. Well adjusted, good ball.
I'm a bit with you. I know it's early doors, and if you bowl at a a one-day pace. It's difficult to suddenly find a different pace, but he's probably a little bit quick through the air. He needs to slow it down a touch.
Yeah, it's one thing that you see from the white ball of 2020 and 50 over coming from school in the academy. That's what you start to see. There's more white ball cricket than your 2 days and 3 days of cricket.
A little bit of turn.
But you see that when you ball touch slower.
Yes, there's something there for the spin. Give it time to turn.
Yes, and if you can do that, you find a short leg there. That's a full chance now of being given.
So he's going to bowl to the right-hander now. Let's see what field he's going to have. Nothing's really moved. The man at square leg is going a little bit behind. Long off is staying out. Slip in place and a deep cover, so ultra defensive. The sort of mode of dismissal they're looking for here is to chip it to the short cover and short mid-off, or maybe get it to turn to slip.
Yeah, I think they've reached a stage where they're saying, we'll just do our job and let's force a mistake from the Tuskers.
A mistake that hasn't really looked mentally to be coming. Quite wide of the crease as the lefter when he goes round the wicket to the right-hander, so he's got to get it to turn some degree to get a pitch on stump and hit the stumps, otherwise he might hit the batter outside the line if he hits the front pad. Full toss, hammered. Coming back for the second comfortably. It's been a Tuskers day, there's no two ways about it.
Yep.
The end of Gopalan's second over, it went for 7. The Dolphins with very real option problems. It almost might be forced to go back to Bosch and Bartman, even though they haven't been out of the attack for very long, and they bowled 10 and 8 overs respectively. Quinn is going to have another.
Yeah, I really think that the Tuskers have definitely won this morning session, and they're winning the second session too.
Comfortably.
They batted confidently. The run rate is up at 3.4.
Slashed away behind square by Nofel. Down to Gopalan just for the one.
Everything short and wide. They've looked to punish these two. And offside for Nofel is very strong. I've seen him for seasons now, where if you give him any width, full or short, he's going to punish you.
You'd wonder if the Dolphins wouldn't try a more leg stump line to him then, and see if he can work him to get him out of LBW or off his pads.
Missed out there.
Uncharacteristic forcing. So there was nothing about timing in that. It looked like he was really trying to muscle it.
Yep. Just a straight up volley there. Just lean on it. With also just one field there who's also a bit wide.
McQueen is definitely getting impatient, Shez. You can see it in the young man. He wants to contribute from a personal perspective as well as team to get a breakthrough. But it's almost as if he's trying to force the issue, try and bowl quicker than he can, and he's losing his length to some degree. Just got to stay within himself. That's better. Back on track.
I think also with them, Brett, not having a breakthrough in the 100-run partnership, you tend as a bowler to say, okay, now, and you force the issue. And if he just sticks there on fourth stump, as we've seen from Tupavlo, and even in the 60th over, the bowler's doing something. And he's got the pace, he's got the ability, but this is a proper test for him today on his debut. Just a bit straight there, flicked off by Rapulana, just an easy single.
There's no shortage of effort from McQueen. You've got to commend him for that. But it's the rawness of youth, the awareness of control is what's required now more than anything else.
Yeah.
How to squeeze these two batters enough that they make an error in shot selection.
That's very true, and I'll keep on saying it again. The right and left hand is very tough, especially for a new bowler in the format.
Driving.
Just flashing drive there.
He has been beaten. Now, it's a strength of his, no doubt, playing through the offside. But he has been beaten a couple of times, but he's not afraid to throw the bat. Particularly Bosch beat him about 4 out of 6 deliveries in the midst of his spell. When he went over the wicket, round the wicket, he didn't have as much trouble. But Quinn has got him, beaten him once or twice as well. So perhaps it's a tactic that Dolphins will persist with.
Yeah, and I see Rapulana just went again to have a word and say, hey, come on, keep concentrating. There's still a bit of bounce on this wicket.
That's the thing, Shares. We saw it all day yesterday. It's 106 for none after 32. Even in the 50th over, it depends who was bowling though, but I'm going to use De Pavillon as the example. It was mostly him. He still got the ball to steeple and beat the outside edge of the bat in over number 50. So the analysis generally starts to take place on a surface, and last week they said dig it up and throw it away. It was just too flat. You'll look at the score and go 400 and 106 for without loss. It's flat. It isn't. There's something there for a bowler worth its salt.
Yep.
De Pavillon doesn't take 6 for 44 and 22 overs when it looks like it's a bowler's pitch. I just think it's about the quality of the bowler on view, and De Pavillon's head and shoulders above anything else that's been here during the course of these 2 days. It's a good pitch. There's something there for a seamer. If you're in, it's hard to get you out. It's a good batting pitch.
And you said a few turned yesterday.
No, I think it's a good pitch.
Yeah, very, very good pitch. There's something for everyone to be interested in.
Gopalin, but the field is up, mid on and mid off.
Good ball out and off, but just a bit flatter, but that is his natural length, and that is natural speed. It's just a bit flat armish, straight to the stumps.
In the air and wide of a diving mid off and away for 4. I've been afraid to use their footwork to the youngster, try and put him off his length, but there was just a moment where they thought, 1, it might go hit straight to Jason Smith at short cover, and 2, it might carry to Kaya Zondo at a wide mid off, but it beat both.
And Zondo just came up this over from long off.
I'm happy with that. Make him try and hit it over the top, create the error.
Now, there's not much turn so far.
Nothing. Not much variation in flight either. He tends to be just trying to find the length at the same pace. Haven't seen him really toss one up or be ultra quick. Too short, cut.
They're looking very comfortable, I must say.
Very comfortable indeed. The Dolphins' attack's looking a bit toothless at the moment, to be fair.
Without that chance from Smith,
key moment.
There's been nothing else.
Key moment, the drop chance by Promotion Pillay when Rapulana had 39 off the bowling of Jason Smith. Just a little bit of extra bounce as he tried to cut, hit it to cover. Should have been taken, put down.
Very ball, just top of off. And good defense again from Norfolk.
Nelson on the board, all the feet up in the dressing room. $111 without loss, 3.4 to the over. The Tuskers have had a very good day of it. Very good day. 33 for 3 they took the Dolphins wickets this morning. And they are wicketless in terms of their batting, and 111 on the board. They've fought themselves back into the match remarkably well. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Brett. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins have seen this movie before, haven't they?
Last week. And yet, Shares and I were just discussing it. On a much better pitch for cricket, we still see the opportunity for a ball to get past the outside edge. There's still bounce. I'm just questioning the quality of what seam bowling has been on offer. We saw quality from Graham Pavlon, 6 for 44 and 22, outstanding. The rest of the seam bowlers haven't really earned their keep.
The sport. At Tuks, I seem to recall,
I remember him coming out for the toss in his school blazer.
Keaton Jennings.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember him winning an award like as a 14-year-old at the CSA Cricket Awards dinner one year. That ages us.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, more back to John Rapalana. I think he's found a home. It was important. I think the Lions, he never really prospered there. Didn't he go up to Northwest for a while?
So not only did he go up to Northwest, but checking my notes, in one game, he scored 259 not out against Northern Cape in the Sunfoils 3-day Cup. So he can bat long.
He can.
Ooh, in the air for a while, but that'll be a run.
Shazi was making a point, and I suppose he was making a point that Noffel's very strong through the offside. He loves to drive, cuts well, and yet we've seen the ball get past the outside edge. So we were discussing whether the merit of changing your line to Noffel and maybe going a more middle stump line to get him to work across it to the onside would be a fruit. And having said that, he got beaten outside the off stump again. So you just go, I think the Dolphins haven't quite had a consistent plan, particularly against the left-hander. They started around the wicket, they went over the wicket. They just had enough encouragement to think that that's the method they've got to use. Driven.
Good shot for none.
Yeah.
But here's the difference, Brad. So yesterday, the Tuskers won the toss, inserted, and had the opposition 11 for 3. And from that base, the Dolphins fought their way back into the game. They'd be delighted to have got to 400. Today, the Tuskers have not been 11 for 3. They're 113 for none. And they must be looking at the possibility of a first innings lead.
100%. If you'd actually said, if you'd walked into the ground as a batsman yesterday morning and this morning and said, which day would you prefer to have a bat?
Yeah.
Even though there was a tinge of greenness yesterday morning, you would have gone, I want to bat yesterday. Because with this cloud cover and the swing and the greenness is still there, today looked a really tough day for batting. It even looked more so when that second new ball in the hands of Darren de Pavillon knocked over the Dolphins. Yeah, it's the lower order, but it just looked a real handful. The pace was there, the swing, the shape was outstanding. He took 3 for 6 this morning, as the Dolphins added 33. The Dolphins haven't. Bosch looked threatening and probably was a bit unlucky, but for the rest, nothing really to speak of. Gopala to Novel.
Oh, in the
there,
air.
surely. No, it's
Put
down.
Put it down.
Fayazondo coming off the fence at long on.
I think he was a little slow out of the blocks there, which meant that he had to dive forward, and it made it into a tough chance. But I think if he'd moved correctly there...
He's looking at himself on the TV
Yeah.
screen as they're replaying it again, and he's probably just assessing it as you are, Andy. That I think it was such a chip that I don't think at any stage do you think it was going to carry out to long on.
That is
But it's down the wind.
second chance that's gone down.
Yeah, they've dropped both batters now. Rapalana on 39 and now Nofel on 46. And that's disappointing for the young debutant because picking up a wicket, getting a breakthrough then would have really lifted the spirits of not only the bowler but the whole team itself. Oh, he stood on his stumps. He stood on his stumps.
Word.
What a way to get a wicket. He stepped back, he's thrashed it to point and he's middled it, but in doing so he's just stood on his stumps or clipped it with a bat, and Gopalan gets his debut wicket, and what a way to pick it up.
Well. Yeah, just looking at the replay, and it was one of those where our camera is following the ball and suddenly you see everybody celebrating, and yeah, there is one of those horrible moments in the life of a batter. He has middled the ball, he's thinking about a run, he looks round and sees the bail on the ground, and that is the end of Rapalana. 61 off 107 balls, 10 fours.
Very fine opening stand, very fine innings. He'll be mightily disappointed not only with the method of dismissal, but the fact that he's got out when 3 figures were beckoning. But it just creates a hole, creates an opening. Gopalan had got no fault to chip it down long on.
And the chance was missed by Zondo, and now he gets almost a ball and 2 balls later. But trying to cut.
What about that? They could have had both players out in the space of a couple of balls.
Yeah, so here's a player I've been wanting to see. 107 balls with 10 fours for upper line of his innings. Mohamed Bulbulia. So much said about him in the under-19 side.
Yeah, current captain of that side. Went to Fields College in Rustenburg and has been devoted to the game of cricket since he was about 3 years old. Had an uncle and a father who played good cricket. Had a chat to him, or rather had a chat about him with Ahmed Amla at the Tuskers season launch about a month ago. And he's one of those guys who has moved to the Tuskers looking for first team cricket at the age of 19.
Because he would have probably been affiliated to the Dragons as a
yes,
franchise
player. Played age group cricket for the Dragons.
The thing is, they've probably got as good a top 6 in this competition. I mean, they've been full of runs. They've got Herman, Ngwepe, Prince, Lubba, Fontonda. It's a really good top 6. So there probably wouldn't have been a hole for Bulbulia. So this is, in terms of enhancing his career, it's a decent move.
So as yet, there's his stats on the screen. He's only made 48 runs in the 3 matches that he's played so far, with a highest score of 26. So this is his opportunity to get in and bat long.
That was a really useful arm ball to start with, because it was started wide and I thought, oh, it's a waste of it, but he hooped back and it was much quicker. Induced the error in the stroke. Success for Gopalan. Could have been even better if the catch had been taken down at long on, but it's just changed the afternoon complexion somewhat for the Dolphins, because they picked up a wicket. It's 114 for 1.
You don't see hit wicket very often.
I think the last time I did.
I'd love to have a chat to Jonty about what happened there. Did he deliberately stand well back in the crease? Did he slip? Because nothing prepared us for that.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're right, it's amazing. It was the shot and it was hit powerfully to backward point, and the cheer. You know, my first reaction was, I've missed something, and then you realise what it's for straight away, because it can only be for someone. I looked down and I saw the bail on the floor. So an opportunity here for Bartman to do his job. Oh, a slashing cut, and it nearly carries. So the Dolphins will be saying, we've got a wicket, we've had a chance put down at long on, and now one that nearly carries to gully. Would have taken some catching though, but just they're creating a few opportunities.
And we've got 15 minutes to lunch now.
Well, we were just speculating. Shares the umpire was saying, because they lost time in the morning session, they make it up immediately in the next session. So we'll probably press on.
So we'll have a long session. Okay.
Long session, yeah.
That's a good shot for 1. I was just thinking, if that is the case, that
yes,
the fact that Gopalan's taken a wicket should be irrelevant. They should hurry Bosch back into the attack.
I think they should anyway, irrespective of whether T's at 10 past 2 or 20 to 3. So there would be 15 minutes to the normal tea break. I would be going Bosch either side of tea, 3 overs sort of thing.
Yeah.
But Bartman will fancy himself against the new fella. One, because he's very wicket to wicket, and just looking at his initial defensive stroke, there wasn't a big forward stride to get outside the line. So Bartman's an experienced, wily old campaigner. I think he might actually look to target that front pad, because it's on line. If he can just get it to nip back and beat the inside edge, LBW is certainly in the offing. Very straight, that's what you want to see.
Yeah, they'll try and get inside the head of the young man.
they'll all know his background, and it's a big step up from under-19 cricket to first-class game.
It is. It's massive and often not appreciated. Man going back, are they going to test him? Or no, just square. I thought he was rushing back to the square leg fence.
I think he thought he was. He stopped and came back again like he was on a bungee rope. Well, there's the bouncer. Well, it's a decent bouncer.
Yeah, decent in the fact that he's probably saying to Bulbulia, you can hover on the back foot now because I have got it there, don't just rock forward. But it was a bit misdirected. So now the man is going out. We're really trying to play mind games. Is it the double? Are we going full and straight now?
Well, hopefully you can bowl a Yorker in these conditions, especially because he doesn't seem to move his feet a long way, as you say. Oh, he's hit. That's out, I think.
He's got a fingertip on it. What are they going to do? Because they don't have a TV review.
It's not out.
Yeah.
Welcome, no foul.
That could have been two of the most bizarre manners of dismissal that you've ever seen the openers get out to. Hit wicket and then run out back in.
Just having a look at it again here, he definitely got a hand on it. Looks like no foul just got his bat down. I think he recognised early that was coming back
his way, yeah.
Very straight. Now let's have a look at it one more time here. Yeah, I think he's just back.
Whether he was or he wasn't, it was that tight that Warren Weingart could never have made an educated decision.
I suspect self-preservation was higher up his list of priorities.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. So Gopalan is going to go again. He's got a short leg. Zondo's been banished from long on and into short leg.
Yeah, he's happier close to the bat than he is on the boundary.
Yeah, he's good close to the bat.
Yeah, this is an important time for the Dolphins. Nofal's too short of 50. They want to be really making sure he doesn't just get them in a couple of easy singles. So, for instance, I wouldn't have a man on the point boundary. I'd have him in saving one.
You and me both. I think the Dolphins are also calculating he's not likely to run down the wicket when he's a milestone and try and bunt it over the top. And that's why that's too easy a one.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a bad ball, it's too short, and it just gives the batsman one to get down the other end, and now he's one short of 50. These moments don't come round all the time.
I'd like to see a little bit more of a squeeze on Bulbulia.
Yeah.
Got silly points, slip, short cover. I suppose that's enough. His release shot might be the sweep. Will you try that quicker arm ball again? He's been tidy enough, Gopalan, I'll say that much. If a little bit one-paced.
It's an odd action, though, isn't it?
There's not much to the approach. It's just a walk-in, but he's a short man, but he gets as high as he possibly can. He's on his toes. He's braced, so he gets around. As it's punched away for four. Yeah, that's too short and too wide. That's a gift for a man who's yet to open his account. We're just singing Gopalan's praises, and that's a poor delivery. Yeah.
Short, wide, outside off stump, and well hit by Bulbulia.
Instant reaction is to put a sweeper back.
Yeah. See, neither of us in the commentary box would have had Gopalan bowling this over. We'd have had Bosch on.
I might have had him bowl this one, but I'm probably not the next one. Oh, short again, hammered again. Two bad balls in a row.
That's why they put the man out on the boundary, they'll be saying. But you can't. One of the old tenants can't set a field for bad bowling.
Yeah, now I'm definitely decided. You've done your job. He's put his head in his cap as if he's embarrassed with himself. Because he bowled a really good start to the over and then let himself down with half trackers in the back half. But if you go 1 for 19 and 5, you could almost go job done for a youngster because he's got the wicket that broke it, even if it was in a bizarre manner. But I think in order to put the pressure on, with about 35 minutes to go to tea. I think, we think it could be 9 minutes to go to tea, but I think it's 35. I'd have Bosch and Bartman in tandem for a while.
And just looking at the Hollywoodbets Dolphins reserves, in the last game, Samal Pillay played and bowled slow left arm. So Gopalan presumably is fighting for a place with Pillay. Pillay obviously bats. That's a big string to his bow. Those two are going to have an arm wrestle for one spot in the side, I would suggest.
Yeah, I would think it looks like Samal Pillay is more the batter who bowls left arm spin, and Gopalan is more the bowler who bowls left arm spin who bats a bit. So that's what's needed more. Is it the depth in batting? I think ultimately when Pernell and Sobrine comes back from international duty with the Proteas, he'll probably be the frontline spinner. You're assuming that Keshav Maharaj will be playing
International cricket for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, in all formats.
Yeah.
Good lead. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure Sobrine will be a long-term option on this side. I think the next test, it looks like if they go 3 spinners against Sobrine, might miss out. They'll pick the 2 left armers and the one off spinner being Harmer.
Yeah.
But you never know what pitch you're going to see. With Pakistan 1-0 up in the series, they might go, okay, let's win the series and win it with a flat wicket. So
yeah.
You might actually go. You might need a bit of raw pace, and a Marco Janssen might come into the makeup. That would surprise me. I still think it will too.
Yeah, because if you look outside of Shaheen Shah Afridi, it's not a great seam attack for Pakistan. If they're going to win a game,
Hassan Ali's not too bad.
He's all right, but if they're going to win a game, it'll be with the spinners.
Yes.
Funnily enough, I thought their off spinner wasn't very good in this test.
Yeah, but he's done enough before that they'll hang their hat on him.
And it would be very difficult to drop Simon Harmer.
Very difficult.
Bowled really well in both innings, and certainly out-bowled Sobrine.
I think Simon Harmer's an underrated bowler. He's done it for Essex for umpteen years.
Underrated cricketer.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of first-class hundreds, hasn't he?
He may well have, yeah. Big hands, big spinner, good loop. I think it's just an important toss to win in Pakistan or in the subcontinent. You want to bat first.
Nice shape on that ball. Well left by Bulbulia. It's maiden over.
So who have we got? Jason Smith is talking to Ethan Bosch. They're looking up at the scoreboard, but I think it's not the score they're worried about. I think it's the clock they're looking at. And it's a matter of what can you give me either side of T, Ethan? He's probably going, well, give me maybe one more over and then I'll come, because Gopalan looks like he's going towards the crease to take his hat off and have another over. $121 for 1, Tuskers, Dolphins 400. Those numbers would say to you, oh, it's a road again.
Yes.
But it's far from it. It's just been better batting. And only one bowler's really made the pitch talk.
So again, no foul is on 49. There is nobody saving one apart from extra cover. And fair enough. Ball is turning, and the line he's bowling is cramping up. No foul. But there's a free single in too many places. There's trouble here. They're okay. There was just a little pause there by Bulbulia, but no foul has reached his 50 and gets good applause from the pavilion, and rightly so. He's played well.
110 balls for that 50. 8 fours. No adventure, the bulk of them through the offside.
Yeah, it's hit the wide ball well. Cover drives well. So silly points moved across to short leg for Bulbulia here. That's a bad ball.
Very poor delivery.
That'll be 4. Can't bowl there.
That's the disappointment for me, Andy, is that you've got a new man at the crease and you want to keep the pressure on him. Bartman's done that. When he's got down the other end, Gopalan's got 2 rank long hops that Bulbulia's put away, and now a real wasteful delivery down the leg side. Talk about confidence building. He's got to 9 in the blink of an eye. And all the pressure built up by Bartman has been released by the left arm spinner. Done, 126 for 1.
Yeah, it's another ordinary over from Gopalan, and something needs to change here. They've got a wicket in slightly fortuitous fashion. Now they had a chance to sort of step on the throat and choke the Tuskers, and they haven't taken that opportunity.
I think they'll be forced in the next over. I think it'll have to be Bosch from this end. It's half an hour of tea. He's probably going to bowl a 3-over ration, which in cool conditions, even though he's bowled 10 already, it was split by lunch. Shouldn't challenge him that much. No, should be within his compass. Man on 50 now, no fault. Faces bottom.
So Bartman's bowled with a healthy pace, has got the ball up there, looking for it to do something, but something's missing.
I'm going to say, why is he round the wicket to the left-hander? The left-hander looked troubled when Bosch went over the wicket, when McQuena went over the wicket. They both beat the outside edge on the angle. Every time a bowler's been around the wicket, he's looked as if he prefers that angle coming into him.
Exactly.
Misfield.
They're going to get 2 here. No, deciding against it. Fair enough in the circumstances.
I'm just mystified. It's almost as if the Dolphins forgot how many times they got past the outside edge of Nofal's bat going over the wicket, and it's Bartman going, I go round the wicket to left-handers and I feel more comfortable, let me do that. The threat seemingly is on the angle.
Got those 2 men back on the onside again, behind square. And this will bring them into play. 1 bounce.
Not played with conviction. He'll get more of those if he's going to have a flap at it.
Well, he's got himself into double figures, and I'd like to see his playing partner have a wander down the pitch and a chat in his ear. Maybe put that shot away for a little while, young man.
Put it away, period. The Dolphins, I think credit to them, are still holding 2 slips. They know wickets are paramount. Thick outside half, chases on. Back for 2, that will come.
Pillay, the fielder, he's the naughty boy who dropped the catch.
The first one.
He got 2 hands to it in the covers.
Without trying to be critical, Andy, I thought he made it look more difficult than it was. It was almost as if I see it coming, I've got 2 hands to it, now I'm going to launch myself goalkeeper style and make it look a bit special. It wasn't what he was doing, but it looked something like that because it should have been taken. See who dropped Rapalana, and Zondo it was who put down Nofal.
Yeah, and there was more justification for the Zondo drop. Ball was dipping at his toes. We argued at the time that maybe he was a little slow out of the blocks. But fundamentally, you expect a player like Zondo with so much experience to grab that. Yeah, spot on. End of the over, we'll have a change in the commentary box. Proctor will step out. Shazy will come and join me. And we do indeed have that extended afternoon session, Shays, that you were talking about.
Yep.
And a very wise one, given the fact that we're likely to lose light quite rapidly in the afternoon. While you can play.
So that is usually what happens when you lose time. Even on the day, if you have to make up the time that you've lost in the second session, it's 30 minutes, but maximum 30 minutes. Right. Even if you lost an hour in the morning, you can't make it up in the second session as an hour, only maximum 30.
Always come a long way. Bully ascending, no foul back. And I think we lost almost exactly half an hour to bad light in the morning session. So if they get through here, then we're back on an even keel. We just hope that the light doesn't fade too quickly in the afternoon.
Yes. I was saying with Gopalan, because he's played so much white ball cricket, he's not like a kid where there's a bit of slowness and a bit of flight. It's more flat type of bowling, and that's why we need to get our youngsters playing multi-day cricket as long as possible, so that we are breeding these 5-day cricketers, 4-day cricketers. If you look at Mkwena also, very good, but that patience of good man, good pace, that's when you become effective against a good batsman. If not, they just wait for a red ball and we put away.
I'm also noticing that he's very wide on the crease. His front foot comes down, almost cutting the return crease. And I think that's a consequence of where he starts his run. He sort of runs in as if he's going to bowl right arm seam, and then he jackknifes out.
Yeah. Yes.
So although he turns it like that, if he was a little bit closer to the stumps, I think he'd be a lot more effective.
Yeah. Kishev, you used to be like that, Mama Harad, when he started. I don't know now. When he started, when he was my teammate, he used to let him very wide. So letting very wide is nice if the ball is going to turn, because now everything is coming into the right-hander, but it's leaving you as you play. So and drift also into you and goes away. But if it doesn't turn, it becomes easier to play, and you might cross your action at bowling if you're landing too wide. But if it turns and roots from there, everything you're looking to play, like Kishev has been successful, has been absolutely spot on. But it's a good pickup because maybe he needs to go a bit tighter to post. Very good pickup there.
Well, one of the things that I notice is that he's affected by where the umpire is standing. Now, if he got the umpire to stand back and ran through him, automatically he's going to be closer to the stumps, and automatically he'll be giving himself a better chance to bowl across his body and get work on the ball. Anyway, we've got a bowling change here. Otniel Bartman is off, and Ethan Bosch is on, coming in from the old Fort End, having begun the day from the Umgeni end.
And I like him coming over the wicket to Norfolk. He gave him a lot of problems in the morning from over the wicket, just the ball angling across naturally from Norfolk. And he played and missed a few. Yes, he did hit one or two, but it did create those chances of, I might just nick you off here. And if you can see, the win with a gully and a third slip or double gully because of those hard hands of Norfolk. Very good planning here from the Dolphins. Bosch staying over the wicket, 2 gullies, 1 slip, point at the back in case he cribs it through. And now they're playing on their lines, their areas, and saying, if you want to score, come to me. And let's see, because there is also no favorite scoring area. It's an unbelievable offset there.
Well defended. You're just looking at the match status now. 400 for the Dolphins, 130 for 1 in reply. The run rate is 3.1, and we've had 41.3 overs. So we're at that stage of the innings where the hardness has gone off the ball. With 9 wickets in hand, batting should be getting easier and easier. And at some stage, and I'm not expecting it to happen before tea, at some stage, Tuskers have got to try and hit the accelerator a little bit. That's a good shot, and that's an example of what I'm talking about. Great shot, straight down the ground.
Brilliant shot. Straight drive. It means that your balance is perfect. As a batsman hitting a straight drive like that, your head is in line. You're not falling over. Balance is good. Straight down to the wicket for 4. Beautiful batting from Moothee. It shows that he's been in here for a while, and he's actually batted very comfortably throughout the morning and now getting into the afternoon.
Just looking ahead, we've got almost at the halfway point with the new ball, due after 80, and then points are only accruable in the first 100 overs. So from this platform, if the Tuskers are going to be a serious side in First Division cricket, they can't just bat in one gear.
Yeah.
Got to find an extra gear.
Yeah. And I think they did get all their wickets. They did get 9 wickets in the 100 overs.
Yep.
So they got their full bowling points. If then they get 400 here,
that's 4 more. Good shot.
If they get 400 here, they've surpassed Dolphins in bonus points. Because if you look at it, Dolphins don't look maybe like they're going to get 9 wickets in 100. I know it's still a bit early, but Tuskers are in a very commanding lead.
It's the end of Bosch's comeback over, and Malcolm Nofal had got himself a little bit becalmed, now having hit 2 boundaries in the over, and the second one, fair enough, the short ball from Bosch, but got his line wrong, and in the end it was a free hit for Nofal, and that'll make him feel a lot better. He's gone through the 50s now, he's into the 60s. Gopalan will continue.
Nofal is looking very good, and he'll take those 8 runs, as you say, from the last over.
A little bit short. Bullier will be disappointed he didn't get runs there.
Yeah, very good player, Bullier. Still young, got good temperament, and a very good introduction to Tuskers player. I think him at number 3 in the long format, he'll be a very good player to come.
He was a bit slow to move his feet early in the innings, but against the spinner he's trying to get forward. And then also when he sees there's a chance to rock onto the back foot.
So
they've moved short leg back in front on the offside.
Yep.
And there was an example of how wide Gopalan goes on the crease. He's almost cutting the return crease with his front foot when he bowls. Too short.
There's some protection there for him, so they'll just get a single. Now he is landing very wide there. And Bullier, as you say, moving his feet. Early on, his biggest ball is the ball that comes in from stump to stump. I've seen him a couple of times just get a few LBWs. As you say, it's just those feet probably not moving well enough early on. And I think as a number 3, walking in the 40th over, you must be very happy. 100-run partnership. Ball is old. At least a little bit less pressure.
It's well fielded by man at mid-wicket, Bryce Parsons. Saving the single.
Bosch is carrying on here. Now he's going to be bowling to Populio. Looks like there's a Fiji coming on. Nick is coming on. Something is wrong with Bosch.
Well, this is not good news for the Dolphins.
He's taking off his shoe. Might be his ankle.
Could be a blister.
Yep.
Maybe he's come on with one of those horrible needles. He's going to lance it.
I know Bosch before is a problem with his ankles. I pray that it's just a blister that has occurred there. Maybe back of the shoe. Yeah, looks fine.
Yeah, the acid test will be whether he's going to take the ball. Looks like he's going to. It's funny. I mean, you were a quick bowler. You've probably taken a knife to your boots in your time.
Yeah.
Quick bowlers don't like boots, do they?
No. Especially, when the boots are new and they're hard in the front, and you keep on hitting the rubber. That's why the toes of fast bowlers are the worst toes you're going to find, because you keep on beating that front of the shoe, and the best way is just to get a hold with the shoe.
Yeah, I've known lots of quick bowlers who've cut the toe completely out. I always remember the story of Eddie Gilbert, who was an Aboriginal quick bowler in the 30s and should have played against England in the Bodyline series, but the selectors at that time didn't want to see a black man playing for Australia. And Eddie Gilbert was very rapid and bowled barefoot. He'd grown up like that, and they tried to put boots on him, and he just said, "I like to feel the pitch with the toe."
I wonder what his toes look like.
That's well bowled. Looking for the Yorker, and Bulbulia played it well, to be fair.
The weather is holding. The weather is doing its job, yeah. It's not getting worse. Let's just pray it holds until tea. Come back from after tea, get another session or two. Because tomorrow the weather is the same.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. There's a chance of rain tonight, they say. I'll just freshen things up a little bit.
Yep. Very well played there by Populua, just top of off, blocked straight to point. They always say, Andy, that day 2 is a betting day. Even though it's been gloomy, but it has been a betting day.
Traditionally, day 2 should be the best day for batting.
Yeah.
Which again goes to my point about the Tuskers need to find an extra gear now. They've got over the hump, now they need to start dominating.
Yeah.
And I think, assuming they don't lose 2 or 3 quick wickets, I think that's the way to move fielders from close to the bat. Play a few shots and make the Dolphins know that they're in a game.
Yes. Very good ball there from Boshi, back of a length. Good block from Gugula. Straight to point again. But they have to try and find a game of taking that run rate, as the Dolphins did, from 3 to 4 and over. Because now that gets you to 400, 450. And then a commanding mid to do so. And they do have the batsmen who can do it. If you look at Adam coming in, Gilson, Shackleton, Mohikane, those guys are naturally stroke players.
Trying to keep the ball as full as possible. His boss is still hoping to get a bit of swing. Not really hooping around anymore.
So with 10 days to go to the team playing in Pakistan, SA team, and coaches probably going from Pakistan to India straight, it's very interesting to see how the teams are going to do with all those players being picked.
sort of 30 players out of the first class system.
Yeah, and if you think of injuries, maybe 1 or 2 injuries, you're looking at 35 players. It's how the franchises are going to adjust.
That's a good leave. Nice carry.
That's why here I'm just happy with the Dolphins getting Peary, Gwen,
Pillay in the last game.
Yes, so it just makes me Kopalan now just testing out their depth, seeing all these guys coming in, because all franchises will lose players.
Yeah, as you say, it's a really tough ask. I think the Dolphins are in the happy position that there are a number of elite cricket schools in this province that churn out good players on a regular basis. And I think you could say the same of Cape Town and the teams who play on the high felt.
Yes. I think the team that's going to be happy with all this is the Tuskers, because they lose no one. They're keeping bulk of their team.
Oh, that's missed everything, I think.
Everything. Peary did not move down leg side at all.
It's 4. Let's see what the umpire says. He must have brushed the pad, okay.
Yeah. There was some turn there on that ball. Flat but good turn.
He's getting it off the straight.
Yeah.
And the fact that the ball has run all the way to the boundary without ever looking like it was going to be stopped means that he's bowling at a healthy pace.
Yeah. The Tuskers are going to be very happy just going to the point, because instead of losing, they earn away final back. Their team becomes stronger.
So I'll give you an example of where that worked in rugby, which was a couple of seasons ago, the Pumas, and this year Griquas winning the Currie Cup. Why? Because they don't lose players to the national side. They get to pick their strongest team, while other sides are protecting players who have got a URC season ahead of them.
Yes, that is very true. So it's with the Tuskers, they're going to be very happy. They're going to be saying, let the CSA 20 start. We've kept our senior players, our whole team actually becomes stronger, and this is a competition maybe we might be looking to win.
That's nicely played, 3 square leg by Bulbulia.
Well, he's setting himself up here. It's always nice to have a long partnership, but follow it also with a good partnership. Not to have a double a wicket, triple a wicket fall. So as a captain or coach, you always worry some saying, a wicket has fallen, now let's build again. You don't want a double hit. Now you're 2 down, 3 down for nothing. So it's very nice for him just to carry on with the momentum here.
Easy single up the ground for Malcolm Nafal. He's moved on to 63 at the end of that over. He's stolen the strike. 146 for 1. Bosch is going to continue. We've got 10 minutes to tea. So this will be Bosch's last over before tea, and then they'll do some work on that foot or ankle, whatever it is, and he'll come out again to have another burst after tea, I would imagine. But Dolphins have got to find something of a cutting edge here, because there's signs that the Tuskers are settling in like a squatter camp.
Yes. It's nice to see also the experience of Kai speaking to Kopalan just about his pace. You can see with his hand gesture, get over the ball, look to turn it, trust your leg. Just to have that nice chat and backing from the senior can go a long way for a debutant.
Yeah, Kai is at first slip now. And we've got 2 gullies, Slape van Staden and Bryce Parsons. Big gap between slip and gully.
I think that is because of those hard hands of Gilson who was driving. And with Bosch coming over the wicket, he's played a few good cover drives, but also he's played and missed a couple of times. So they're hoping that an error happens from no falls in, and with those hard hands, it wouldn't necessarily go to first leg, but it's turned up in the square run. Beautiful block there by No Fall. He's he's looked the best batsman today. I know Jonty played very well this morning, but No Fall has given no chance. He's looked very well. His feet has moved well, and I'm sure he is trying to go big here for his team. And he's getting closer to that 100, and he's going to be a good partner there on the other side. A young Popolo who looks calm, collective, temperament. He reminds me of Hashim Amla, not because of the beard.
Well, if he's half as good as Hashim Amla, he'll play for South Africa.
Yeah. Just his temperament. And it's just every time I've seen him from the under-19 when they played against England and Bangladesh, he's just calm, he's collective, he's got a good mind on him, thinks well, he never looks phased or rushed. And that's one thing I like about these new under-19 kids. They put confidence where they play. They believe that they belong in the highest level of cricket in South Africa. Very good bowling up by Bosch, back of the length.
Just looking at how they might construct this innings in comparison to what happened in the Dolphins innings, it was held together by Bryce Parsons, who batted through the day and made an excellent 183. And it looks very much as if No Fall has set out his stall to do something similar.
Yes.
But, if he gets a bad ball, he's going to hit it for 4. But generally speaking, he's looking to stay in. It's well bowled. And so that puts just a little bit of an onus on the player at the other end. At the moment it's Bulbulia, to try and increase the strike rate a little bit.
Yeah.
They're not going to do anything silly now with just another over after this one to go before tea. But just looking ahead at what might happen in the afternoon session.
Yeah. Bulu is key to this partnership, which is at 32 right now. Very well bowled by Bosch. Changed. They came around the wicket, just attacking with the stumps from that ball. End of the over, they are 146 for 1 after 46.
6 minutes to go, so maybe we'll get 2 overs. Looks like Gopalan will continue.
He's bowled a very nice 9-over spell here. Hasn't given away much. Got a wicket of Rapulana when he stepped back, cutting that ball, which is a good,
If it hadn't have been for that, it would have been a long, hard day for the Dolphins.
That is completely true.
Yeah, 1 for 28 off 9 on first class debut. You take that every time.
Yep.
Now he's got a slip and a short leg now. Kaya Zondo is under the lid.
Taking the stumps there, with him just letting a bit wide. Taking the stumps, asking good questions of Populua, who played that front defense very well.
Oh dear, is that a drop?
With Gopalan holding his hands like that, it looks like it. Look at Bosch holding up its lip. It looks like it is a drop from the young Peary, who's a substitute keeper for Fillion, who's a bit sick.
Oh, I just looked at it on the replay again. It went to Bosch at first slip. I'm not sure it carried. Next ball has gone for a couple. In fact, they're going to turn for 3.
Very good running from the Tuskers. Just tip down leg. Bosch, after bowling the 3 big overs, you're having to run all the way to find leg and get that. I'm not sure if he's going to be the happiest of persons there on the field. The Tuskers will be happy about that. Just get more mileage on those legs.
Well, there's a lot of reconstruction going on out there because people are looking at the clock and thinking maybe we could stretch this out and this will be the last over, but I don't think it's going to work for Malcolm No Foul.
Yep. Very well bowled. And just to show you there on the right, if you can see there's 2 wickets there, right here at the bottom by the covers. So those wickets are going to be the drop-in pitches for the World Cup.
Aha.
So they've started working on them. It started a couple of weeks back, and those, if you can see, there's 2 of them. There's one a bit lower there by my right leg, and there's one more to this side. So those are the wickets that are going to be drop-in pitches for the World Cup. That is going to be here in 2027. And also with the lights, as you can see, there's no lights because they are coming in, and they're going to be ready for SA20. We're getting new lights. They're going to be LED, which is probably more brighter.
I think the SA20 starts here this year, doesn't it, on Boxing Day?
Yes. So they're hoping that they're going to be here because for the whole SA20, all games are day games. There's no day-night games because I think a few grounds are having drop-in pitches, but also they're going to have more lights as they're getting in the LED lights.
So those LED lights are going all around the country for the main venues, are they?
Yes.
Aha,
Yes.
I wasn't aware of that.
So it's going to be very interesting getting drop-in pitches, how they're going to play.
Yep.
Especially, I know we're 2 years away, but it's nice to see them already getting prepped, which means there'll be some testing on it next season, see how they play. And I think it's a few grounds are getting drop-in pitches, if I'm not wrong.
Well, we've got spin at both ends now. Bryce Parsons is going to bowl the last over before tea. Bowled plenty of overs against the Lions last week, as did everybody who had a bowl.
I saw the taller headed ball also.
Yep.
I haven't seen him bowl in 10 years.
Bowled a little bit of off spin. It wasn't the worst.
Just the bowler there, just waiting for tea, blocking everything, not looking to score. Let's just survive. Only lose 1 wicket this session and go have tea.
Well, these two put on 35, and after the unfortunate loss of Jonty Rapalala standing on his own stumps, they've made sure that the Dolphins haven't got a little foot in the door. One short of the 150, but they won't be worried about that milestone. Be more worried about the quality of the cup of tea that is about to be served.
And it will be better if that tea we are both not out. Yeah. 2 more balls to tea. Just the bowler making sure, stepping away, taking his time, making sure that this is the last over for tea.
Silly Pointer's coming very close.
Kaya backing himself there. He's a good short leg fielder and silly point fielder. That takes us to tea. 149 for 1 after 48. Good session from Tuskers, only losing that 1 wicket from Rapulana, which was very unfortunate, stepping on his stumps, and the bowling of Gopalan, who made his debut today. I'm sure he must be very happy. So good session, and we'll see them after tea.
So players on their way back from tea, but the purple we've got to focus on are the two men in the white shirts and the black slacks, because they've got the light meter out. And I think they're going to tell us that it's got too gloomy. Tuskers have had a great day. They've bowled the Dolphins out for 400, having been 367 for 7. And they've reached 149 for 1 at tea. Still 37 overs remaining in the day. They went off for light for half an hour between 20 to 10 and 10 past 10 this morning. And here we go. The umpires are going to say to Jason Smith, are you going to bowl spin or are you going to bowl quicks? If you bowl spin, we'll stay out there. If you bowl quicks, you've got to get off. And it looks like Jason Smith is going to say, well, we'll have a bit of spin, and we'll see how that goes. And if it doesn't work, they'll bring the quicks on and off they'll go. But we're going to have play at least. But it is pretty gloomy now. Certainly gloomier than it was when they went off this morning. And I would venture maybe gloomier than it was last night. But because they're going to bowl spin, they can stay out there.
Yep.
Would you be trying? Would you be getting off the field if you were the fielding side, Shares, or would you stay on and bowl a few overs of spin?
I'll stay on and just get a few overs of spin. Hopefully the spinners control the game. If you started turning, to be very honest with you, and see if you can't steal 1 or 2 wickets, and have double spin now forced due to weather. And then if it doesn't work out,
quicks back.
Then you bring your quicks back, and
off
then
you go.
and
Starting
then,
in the morning.
and then off you go. Because in Durban the weather doesn't change. It's not all of a sudden going to change now that you're going to find some sun. In Durban, 3 o'clock hits, 90% of the time.
When there's cloud, you go off.
You go off,
So
and you
this
don't
is
come back.
The solitary wicket taker, Gopalan, he's going to go round the wicket and go to no fall.
A little bit 10, a little bit flat. A little bit of purchase there.
Yeah, a little bit. And his control hasn't been great as a first-class spinner. He's bowled too many wayward deliveries. He's bowled some good balls like that. There is a one there, but he's been on the pads too much. He's bowled too many half-trackers. It's a work in progress.
Yep, the more he plays in this level,
150.
Yeah. 150, yeah. But I was saying about Gopalan, the more he plays at this level, probably the more he's going to start learning his strides.
He would. I'm going to be a bit harsh here on the Dolphins, not on Gopalan at all, but I'm a bit surprised with the makeup of their team. I would have thought they would have needed the fourth seamer, and you've got Andile Similani, who's just come back from national duty in Namibia, sitting in the dressing room, feet up. He's done a bit of bowling. He would have been a useful fourth seamer, gun fielder, useful striker of the ball.
Yeah.
So I would have thought his selection would have been a better one than the picking in the extra spinner.
Nice,
unless he was told he couldn't play because he just played in a one-day T20 game.
Yeah.
That would shock me, Jason Smith playing.
They're usually very protective of seamers, as we know, with loads and no loads.
He bowled 4 overs in Namibia, Shares. He bowled 4 overs. Not only he bowled 44, he bowled 4 overs. He's fresh, he's a youngster, he's ready to play cricket. Surely.
But you know with seamers, they're usually protective, travel.
We were talking about it earlier. You bowl yourself into fitness.
Yep, that's true. I like this angle of coming around. There's nothing much happening, but just coming around, it might be chopped straight to short leg or to Parsons there at short mid wicket. Yep. So I like this angle. It is a bit of a defensive angle, but it might just force no fall to play at an area that is not comfortable at playing at.
Yeah, it's a variety of the angle. I like it too. And there's also the possibility he's still got slip in, that it can just go on and not turn and find the edge.
Yeah.
So Parsons is going to bowl at the other end. Just reminding you at home that the umpires came out, took the light meter out, and said to the captain of the fielding side, we're going off if you want to bowl quicks. And he's gone, I'll bowl spin for a little bit, just to see maybe we can sneak one out and come back in the morning when the bowlers are fresh again and have a crack to a new man. But I think I'm almost trying to work it out. 4 or 5 overs of spin. If nothing happens, if they just leak a few runs, they'll probably go, right, let's get off the park and just bowl seam so we can go off for light. So the light's bad. Probably as bad as it's been at any stage in the match. It's really quite gloomy.
151 for one. The Tuskers have had a great day. They really have been value for it. Kai Zondo and Jason Smith having a chat. I wonder whether is this worth it, or should we just get off?
Yep.
No, they're going to have a go with Parsons. You bowled a maiden over before the break. Parsons 1 for 33 and 11. The solitary wicket taken in the most bizarre fashion. Rapalana cutting firmly but stepping on his stumps as he did so.
Just changing of field here, deep square, just going, oh, they're bringing him up.
Encouraging a sweep shot.
Yep. Saying you're not going to get an easy single on just dipping it for one. Let's force for you to play a hard shot. Or he's gone for a sweep straight away where he was, and the ball is turned down for 4. To be fair, that was a bit straight on the leg stump.
Full toss too.
Yeah.
It was a poor delivery. Simple as that. You can set the field, but for someone you can rely on. And Parsons dished up a nice shin high full toss. I think that's been something the Dolphins will really have to do a bit of soul searching. Bulbilia is a man who's finding his way in first class cricket. He's averaging 12, and they've given him a lot of freebies, the two left arm spinners.
Yes.
There's another one, and it's through for another 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Bulbilia. He's cut Gopalan a lot, he's played him off his pads a lot, and he's got to 24, and it's all just building confidence against really indifferent slow left arm bowling.
Yep, and this partnership is growing. They're on 45 now. Remember, their opening partnership was above 100. So Tuskers are well in the lead here.
Yeah, if you, and I know teams do it a lot, Shares, and you would have done it. You come in after a session and go, who won the session?
Yes.
And yesterday it was 2-1 to the Dolphins.
Yes.
So far today it's 2-0 to the Tuskers. So in terms of sessions, it's 3-2 Tuskers.
Yep. I've always said that Parsons is a golden arm. He might give you a few runs here and there, but because batsmen said he does have a wicket-taking ball. I've seen him do this time and time again. Will today be that day where he just breaks that partnership? We'll wait and see.
Yeah, it doesn't look it, because I've been so impressed. We've only seen 3 Tuskers batters, but I've been so impressed with their mental capabilities.
Yeah.
They've looked calm, they've looked assured, they looked as if they haven't wanted to take any risk. They've waited for the bad balls. They've played very sensible, cerebral cricket.
Yep.
And they're in the box, they're bossing the game here. I know they're still 240 behind, so you could say, well, you could take 10 wickets for 100 runs, it's possible.
Yep.
But the Dolphins side looks low, it looks down, it doesn't look as if it's got any energy.
They're just searching for wickets, right?
That's why I'm inclined to almost go, don't give any more free runs. If the game from a fielding side's perspective, because you're so much behind the 8 ball, needs a little bit of time in the dressing room, discuss the tactics, come back with better plans for the morning, and fresh bowlers again. Don't give another 15 to 20 runs away for free here, just bowling left arm spin that hasn't been that penetrative or accurate. Here goes Gopalan. Now, can he string 6 out of 6? Because he started well.
Yep. Love that line. If it just straightens from their edge, if it turns, Kaya is in play there.
2 straight, worked away. Oh, good piece of fielding.
It was beautiful from Mokoena after bowling 8 overs to come and dive in like that off the tee. Very good from the bowler. He's very athletic.
He looks it.
He's not like the old bowlers like us. Where if that was 4.
No, watch it go. Watch it go. Escorted to the boundary. Well, they've got catches in now.
Ooh, that's almost carried to Zondo there at short leg.
I think it was you who spoke about it earlier, Shares. He's probably a shade too quick on this pitch.
Yeah.
He's just got to get it above the eye line a little bit more. Give it a chance to bounce and turn.
Yep.
The quicker one must be variation.
That's why it would have been nice for him to get his debut with Subrian or Keshav Maharaj here, just to talk him on that pace, because they do it. Yeah. They'll do it on the other end,
pick it up
and
what
they'll
pace
show
to
him
bowl it so quickly.
Yes. So it would have been a perfect scenario if he he played with Keshav here. This is the length, this is the pace, this is the one that turns. But today he's a strike bowler, he's a main spinner on a flat Durban wicket, and he's going to have to learn and find his way quickly here for his team.
Little hold up. I don't know whether they want another helmet for a close catcher. Is Bosch going to go from slip to silly point, and they're just looking for a helmet?
Look at Parsons' helmet. Or maybe for Bosch, who's at...
Was it slip maybe going in front at silly point?
Yep. Or leg slip.
There is leg slip in, and I'm going to go... How's it getting there? I remember Cash used to bowl in test level with a leg slip, but it would be that lovely drift, play in front of, hit the inside edge. And I remember he got the hat-trick in the West Indies, a great catch by Vian Mulder, that leg slip. But I'm trying to see, unless he bowls down the leg side, which you don't want him to do, how does it get to leg slip? Oh, they've got rid of leg slip. This leg slip's gone to slip. That's better. They've got rid of leg slip and gone to silly point. Very tight silly point.
Oh, nice. I like this field from the Dolphins. Attacking Papula, giving one to Norfolk who's played very well, and saying, Papula, from now on, you're going to have to earn your runs. I love it.
Tidy enough over. 160 for 1 from 51.
No, I like this. For Norfolk, who's more attacking, senior, will give you a 1, spinning into you, fair. But Papula, we're going to be more attacking on you. One mistake that you're going to do on your defense, we will get a catcher in there, and now find a different place to score. If you're going to sweep, we won't put a deep square. Go for the risky shot. They are trying to create something. And for me, I always say, in days like this which happen, try and force a batsman to score where they're not comfortable.
So in Norfolk's case, you'd almost say you want him to try and whip it from straight through mid-wicket, because he's been very good to the offside, and he's got long off back, long on back, 2 shortish covers, backward point, slip, leg slip, short mid-wicket, sweep shot, and long on.
Yeah.
So still quasi-attacking, quasi-defending.
Yeah.
Round the wicket he goes to the left-hander.
If short leg was there, maybe he went to silly point.
Yeah.
Better straight in his hands. I like this in outfield. Enough catches if he makes a mistake, but some boundary fielders also. Just to slow down this run rate.
Well, he's played 2 strokes off Parsons. One hit the splice and would have gone to where silly point was. The next one, he's tried to work it to the onside and nearly got a leading edge. So they'll feel a bit encouraged.
Straight down back to the bowler. Parsons looks like he's stringing a beautiful over here. Nice Parsons, a little bit slower there.
Yeah, I think that Gopalan must be looking at and trying to. I'm not saying Parsons has got the ideal pace, but just look at. He's a touch slower than Gopalan, and therefore you get a little bit more bounce. He's also a little bit taller. Gopalan's really a short, stocky fella, so it's hard for him to get a lot of bounce unless he gets real revs on the ball. It's been a good over this from Rice Parsons. Continues to be so. Another over ticks by. So how many have we had? We've had 4 since tea. And how long will the Dolphins be patient enough to continue with spin only and not want to get their quicks on in this light that has already been said to the players as deemed unfit for having fast bowlers on? So the moment the Dolphins decide to bring on a quick, they'll be off the park.
Yep. It's literally playing cat and mouse here with the Tuskers, saying we're going to carry on with those spinners. If something else happens, we'll just bring back our seamers and we'll go back to the change room, regroup, and come back. I see there's a change.
Promotion Pillay went off. Is that Similani come on the field?
Yes, that is Similani.
Now, the last ball or last over, they had silly point and a no leg slip. Now they've gone back to leg slip, short leg, and slip. Interesting that they used that silly point for just a couple of deliveries.
Yeah, maybe just
too straight, too short. Pressure's off.
Yeah, I think they want to go a touch straighter to the stumps and attack the stumps more, which brings in that straight bat, and it brings in the leg slip.
I hear that. The only thing is then they've got nobody square in a one saving position, because the chances of being as there was there, so it's being worked away quite easily if he bowls the straight line.
Yep.
So now we've done away with short leg, and Kazonda's gone to silly point, and I'm probably going to bowl more an off stump line now too, or try and bowl an off stump line to Bulbulia. Too short. I think that's Gopalan's problem, his inability to string together pressure building dots for a lengthy period of time.
Yep. As I'm saying, it would have been nice to see him make his debut with the Subrayam or with the Keshav Maharaj, just to guide him, and for him it's nice to see them in the net and bowl them in the net, but it's very different when you're in a game situation and you can see them do the exact thing that they want on the other end. For now, it's just block a few balls and then a release of a 1 or a 2. He hasn't been bad maybe in boundary, in free balls for a boundary.
No, he's still been too short when those have been hit for 4. Placed away. It should just be 1.
Just on other news, there is a spectator that has come here
he is,
from when I was literally young. I think it was in 2010. I've seen him come here every season.
He doesn't miss a day. I'm not sure of his name. I think his surname is Lang. But he doesn't miss a day's cricket at Kingsmead. He'll be the first to arrive, the last to leave.
And the passion that he shows is 1-day cricket, 2020 cricket, 4-day cricket. I really pray that the Dolphins have given him a season pass for the rest of his life, just because of his dedication.
He should have the freedom of Kingsmead.
Yeah.
Go, come when you like, go when you like. He never misses a day.
And that dedication doesn't come freely these days. So it's nice to see when someone. I've seen him from 2010. The first time I walked into Kingsmead,
I think it's even longer than that, Shez.
Yeah, but he needs to get new kit every year like the Dolphins. He's literally part of the furniture here. See a young Gopalan trying to make something happen. Oh, good line. Very good line. Very happy with that line. If it turns from there, turns from straight, that's when they say the spinners are licking their lips. If you saw in Pakistan, it's turning from straight.
Yeah.
That's when the spinners are really, really in the game. They're the umpires meeting again. They're probably discussing the light.
Do you think they're saying it's too dark for even spin to bowl?
Yep.
Surely not.
If they're, yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what they have said. Well, that's a bit disappointing. I can understand if the quicks are on now that they wouldn't go off, but anyhow, spin on. We've had 15 runs in a matter of 5 overs since tea, and the Tuskers have won the day, assuming that's the end of the day, because they bowled out the Dolphins this morning for 400, an addition of 33 for 3 effectively, and they've progressed very nicely. Good, compact, assured batting to 164 for 1. Noful is 66, Bulbulia is 27, Jonty Ropalana got 61. The Dolphins need a lot of soul searching tonight because their attackers look pretty toothless in the face of this resolute batting by a Tusker side that has looked the part today. So bad light to stop play probably will be the end of the day, but we can't be 100% sure, if not 95% sure. And the Tuskers are 164 for 1 at what we imagine effectively is the end of day 2.